with our first speaker, who is in the person of Wise Duho. He's going to present, he's going to give us a presentation on digitizing church hymnals using Apache Spark. So without wasting much time, let's, with the hand of applause, welcome Wise Duho.
Hello. So before Wise joins us and gives us the first session, I want to say a big welcome to you all joining us for this year's Global Azure Bootcamp, Accra Edition 2025. We would like to say a big thank you for making your time to join us this Saturday. You could have been anywhere, but you chose to join us today in sharing and learning a lot about Azure and technology. Today's Global Bootcamp is actually being held, actually started on the 8th of this month, and it will go all the way. Today is actually the last day of it, and it's being hosted across 6 continents with over 500 speakers and over 600 sessions worldwide. So a lot of local communities and user groups have actually started event on the 8th of this month, and they've been doing a lot of sessions and all that. And we also are running our local session today, where you've joined us. I want to, walk through this to set the pace and set the tone for our speakers and our guests. My name is Samuel Adjoini. I am one of the organizers for the Accra .NET user group, which is hosting this year's Global Azure Bootcamp for Accra. I would like to use the opportunity to say a big thank you to the on the ground organizers. A big shout out to Clifford, to the team down there, and everyone who's put this, the media team, the graphics team, the social team, all the teams that have worked together to put this um, together for us to do it. I'm also grateful for our sponsors, which I would like to share a few things for us to acknowledge them. So big thanks to NIT, Jackson Institute of Technology, NIT, which is providing us the space we are right now. We're grateful to them. Microsoft is also sponsoring this, .NET Foundation and Meetup. And then Sessionize are sponsoring this as well. And a big thank you to Accede and Afrologic for, holding us down on this. Um, we're looking at a couple of sessions today. The first one will go, Whites will go showing you how to digitize church hymnals using Apache Spark. We have sessions also from Dr. Sekubu, who's going to show us how to build smart applications leveraging AI services. Other sessions from Deborah on big data, and then hopefully we get Frank, who is also one of the co-organizers, to show us stuff on RAG, and then finally would have Emiliano session on building .NET Aspire. In all this, we're grateful, and this is just a short period, and a couple of these things continue even after the bootcamp. So we entreat all of you to connect with us. We put the QR code up here, which you can scan. And then this would allow you to join the WhatsApp group, and then you can follow us on all the other cool stuff that we're doing. I also want to use this opportunity to also announce that on the 17th of this month, I'll be running Building Agents with Azure AI Foundry, which is also going to be a live session on the same channel and then hosted by the same community. So you want to make a date with that. With that said, I want to give a quick keynote before we have Wise coming to give his session. So like I've expressed, this is the Accra.net user group. We were established many years ago, probably 2017, 2018. And we try as much as possible to share .NET and Azure and AI goodness, especially on the Microsoft ecosystem, developer technologies all across Azure and .NET. We try to share knowledge, connect and network on these technologies. It's a space for us to share, a space for us to learn, a space for us to connect and grow. We try as much as possible to host virtual events. Prior to COVID, we were hosting events in person, and then post-COVID, we have not been able to do in person apart from what we're seeing today, which is the Global Azure Bootcamp. And thanks to our partners like NIT, Jackson Institute of Technology, we are hoping that we're going to resume these in-person events where you're going to have um, once a month in-person event. Will still be also hybrid and streaming that for us to also take a look at. It's unfortunate I'm not on the ground at the moment. I'm supposed to be on the ground. Time check, it's 3:45 a.m. where I am currently in the United States. Yes, and I have to stay up all this while just to make sure that we get the session going. So I also appreciate your time. Just to set the tone for it, Microsoft Azure, for those who don't know, is actually the Microsoft cloud infrastructure bunch of services that allow you to, develop or deploy applications across, a large region and data centers without initial capital expense. So from your platform as a service, infrastructure as a service, software as a service, and even function as a service, you can deploy and leverage that on Microsoft Azure. It is one of the biggest cloud providers as of now, rubbing shoulders with AWS, but we have our strengths, in the spaces. And in recent times, there's been a lot of updates when it comes to the .NET, Microsoft, and Azure ecosystem, especially we're talking about AI and Copilot. Today, AI Copilot is driving the way we do work. Uh, the future of work is changing. It's changing rapidly, being dominated and pushed by data, artificial intelligence, and AI. I mean AI to be precise. And therefore, it is a good opportunity for you to connect with communities like this, keep abreast with things that we're doing, to keep you up to date. One thing you would realize is that there's a lot of conversation and talk about AI taking our jobs, AI not being good. There's a whole lot of school of thought on different concepts of AI. But what a lot of us don't realize is that AI is going to change the way we do our work. AI is not going to change our work, but AI is going to change the way we do our work. And that is why it's important to understand the workings of AI, understand how that is happening, and identify the ways you can add it or combine it to your current works of flow to make you more proficient, to make you more productive, to make you more efficient. We've heard things about Model Context Protocol, which is synonymously said as the USB for AI, which simply allows AI to have direct access into API-like functions or services to enable them to even do more things. Then, there's also the introduction from Google recently of what we call A to A, which is agent to agent, where now you have multiple agents communicating with themselves. And all these agents would have their probably own MCP, model context protocol servers they're connecting with. There's a lot of conversations about RAG, right? Retrieval augmented data, which also generation, which allows you to ground, right, your AI or your large language models to understand context on your business data, not necessarily on what has been driven on. In the past couple of months, from DeepSeek to Manus to DeepMind to you think about it, the AI evolution is fast and rapidly adopting from companies like Claude doing Sonnet, Anthropic Sonnet, from Microsoft itself, from Facebook doing Llama and DeepSeek, and all other these large language models are evolving rapidly. Some of them telling us AI can be done, with smaller, budgets and smaller teams. And, it's been a matter of race to who provides best models or multimodal for leveraging different things. Today, you have Copilot or AI assisting you in development. I have been using it for a couple of months now, and I can tell you that my productivity has like gone up times 10. I could even say times 100. There are things that I used to, that would have probably have taken me months to do or probably weeks to do. Today, I can do them in days or even hours. As I speak to you, I've been able to develop about three applications and APIs fully functional because I leveraged AI Copilot, used it well, and then I become very efficient. And that is the kind of things that as developers, whether you are, a hobbyist, whether you are someone who is just getting started, you need to get acquainted with and how to do it. And that is why stuff like the global AI and other subsequent events that we're doing would would allow you to, thank you very much for joining. would allow you to, technically understand how to use it. It doesn't matter where you're coming from. You could be in public service, you could be in private sector, whether it's from retail, it's government, education, entertainment, medicine, finance. You think about it. AI is changing the way we do work. AI is making us more productive. AI is revolutionary the way we're doing work. Now, one thing you need to understand is that if you sit on the fence and say, I will not get involved, I will not get acquainted, what's going to happen is that people who take this initiative are going to be AI native. Very soon, we're going to be looking for AI native people, just like the way back in the days when you're writing a resume, you say, oh, I am Office proficient, I can do Word, Excel access. That's going to change. Very soon, people are going to say, I am AI native, which means I'm able to use AI to do work. And that is where we're getting to. So, in order not to bore you too much and leave you to the hands of the capable facilitators that are going to take you through different aspects of, leveraging technology to solve problems, I just want to welcome you to this year's Global Azure Bootcamp Accra 2025, and I encourage you to connect. I encourage you to, ask questions. I encourage you to follow up. I encourage you to join the communities, be part of a narrative, so that when you leave here, you would actually have a good time understanding, learning, and applying AI. And as always, we're here to help you. Um, Unfortunately, because I'm not down there, there are a number of swags we're going to give. I'm wearing one of them, but I'm sure the team has taken your contact, and in due time, all of you who made it there today in person, and those that will get cahoots at the end of the session, you get hands on your swag. Without much ado, I'm going to go ahead and now officially invite Wise as our first speaker to come and give us a session on digitizing church hymnals using Apache Spark. So if Wise is ready for us, we would have him come and do that for us. So Wise, if you're ready, this would be the time I get out of here and allow you to do your things. And for those that are joining us also, it's also for you to know that our session is live on Facebook, YouTube, LinkedIn, to X, and Twitch as well. So join the conversation. You feel free to put your questions in there in the chat. The team will respond to your questions when the sessions are going on. But then again, make sure the questions are coming. Make sure you're asking the relevant questions and talk to people as well. So Wise, if you're there, please take it away. If we can have Wise join us, we would very much appreciate it if Wise can join us. And feel free to use the short code that we have provided to make your post and share the information for others to join. Let's trend, hashtag. Let's put the hashtag there, Global Azure Boot. Okay, we have Wise here, so I'm gonna bring him here, and please, you can share your screen as well. So Wise, there we go. If you can share your screen as well,
Let's use this one.
on.
That's yeah. I don't know. So you can share the entire screen. Yeah, sure. Well, life, I think
What's the WhatsApp
there is a chat.
for my
But,
presentation?
yeah. So there was also chat that we can use. And then this is your WhatsApp. Should I copy it?
No, no. As long as I can see this and present it.
Okay. But okay. Once we are sharing my screen, you'll be able to see the WhatsApp. That is also one downside. So is
Okay.
that
Yeah. How do we get this there?
you can
So Clifford, if you can, what you can do is that if you are in the studio, down there you see a bunch of options there. There is a screen sharing or there's the share. So click on the share down there and then pick the the main screen where the slide is so that I can pick that and stream it to those online. And then you can minimize, you don't need to use the YouTube again because the people in the room are seeing Wise live. But for the benefit of those of us that are going to be live, we need to have that feed. So if you can do that. Okay, so I believe I can see your screen. Hold on, let's see. Okay, so yeah, I think yeah, we have your screen. Awesome. So I'm going to go.
Yes. Hello.
Check my phone.
Hello. Hello. No, you don't need to show us.
Yeah,
I'm just going to talk through it, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure it. So that's it. Always.
Exactly. Yeah, cool. Hi. Hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is Wise. Uh, I'm not sure I've met any of you before, have I? All right. So, welcome to today's session of Accra.net Global Azure Meetup. I'll be talking about Apache Spark today. Anyone here used Apache Spark? Anyone here done anything with what's it called? With any ETL systems? Anyone used Python? All right, great. I'm just trying to situate the conversation. Okay, so Spark is an open source distributed computing system. It's anyone understands what ETL is? So extract, transform, and then load. It's it's common speak or it's enterprise speak for getting data from various sources and then combining it, trying to make sense out of it, and then using it for your business process, right? We call that ETL. So extract should be the step that brings the data from various locations, and then transform is working on that data, doing some computation to get meaningful information out of that. And then, of course, load is how you utilize those. Apache Spark allows you to do that on a very grand scale. It allows you to also do a number of other things, such as machine learning and then graph processing as well. But that wouldn't be the focus of our conversation today. We are pretty much trying to sort of an introduction, right? So give all the preambles, and then I'll show you what I have been able to do with that, and hopefully what you can also do with that. So the advantages of Spark over traditional ETL is that Spark does its processing in memory, right? So that means it's a lot faster, and it's going to give you your results in a much smaller window as compared to if you were accessing disk directly. It's very flexible. You can use several formats. You can process from CSVs downright to Parquet files, etc. It allows you to do analytics as well. And then I mentioned machine learning earlier. And you are able to scale much, much faster. For comparison, if you are using SQL Server and you are processing about 1 GB of let's say like a CSV file into SQL Server, Apache Spark is probably going to do that about 90% faster because it does everything in memory, right? Also, you get the advantage of real-time processing, and there are a number of offerings for this. Today, we'll be looking at a specific one in what's it called? we're looking at a specific one that Microsoft offers called Synapse, but there are a number of them available as well. Even Microsoft has a number of offerings. There's Databricks. Amazon has a number of them as well, from running inside Athena to a number of other offerings. Google also has a number of offerings for those. I'll be using Synapse for my demos today. And some of the advantages of Synapse is also the fact that I'm able to just run my queries without paying in advance. The pay-as-you-go model from Azure translates here very nicely. Without letting this be a talking session, I think we can go into the demo now. Let me show you what I have been able to do with this. The idea, Clifford, I think I need your help to access Azure and then show it on that screen. So we can move this to the second screen then.
Do you want to
Yes, we need to turn this so I can be able to see it.
Yeah. Coffee. You said we should turn this.
So that I can be able to see the second screen.
So I say, what do you think?
Yeah, I
So
think that's okay. Right?
can you log in there?
So let's do this. Hold it. Okay, I can't hold this. Okay. Let's do this way. Hi. Okay. So let's go to hold it. Okay, so Cliff, your dot is appearing as a forward slash, eh? Okay, I think I found it.
When you really go into Camera, it probably may open my account, but
Yeah.
you need to log in.
All right. So one of the advantages of using the managed offerings is to be able to skip the hassle of doing installations, especially at an event like this. So, okay, .com. Okay, so I'll quickly. One sec. Okay, so I also have what's it called? A Docker Compose file for if any of you want to follow along or try it yourself later. I would be uploading that to GitHub after the session. So anybody who wants to take a stab can also do that. So let me just complete this real quick. All right, so I think we are in. Just switch my directory one. switch to default directory. Yeah. Okay, so for something like this to work, Synapse depends on a number of things. Let me see if I can pull the resource group up. The zoom on this thing is messing me up a bit. Okay, so yeah, cool. Let me just pull the resource group up. So to get this running, you need to set up a number of things. You need a storage account, and then you also need a Synapse workspace, right? So I'll just go. This is my storage account, so you should see Accra.net demo here, and I can be able to show you this. So you see my Apache Spark pool, and then you see my Synapse workspace, and that connects to the Apache Spark pool to run the scripts. So I'll just go to the Synapse real quick and access the workspace to show you the script. So as Synapse is a Microsoft offering, they have there are a number of languages you can actually use. Spark originally works with Scala, but then ever so often you see it used with Python. So there's PySpark, and much recently there is .NET for Apache Spark, which hopefully I'll be talking about in maybe one of our next sessions. Reason is because it's still not really mature. But while I was preparing, I was trying to use that and while I was preparing, I was trying to use that and I couldn't do that very much. I think 2 days ago they released a release candidate, so it just messed my preparation up, and so I have to use the manage offering and then make do with Python. This is your typical Synapse work environment, and I'll head over to develop, and develop should bring my notebooks that I have. So your scripts typically that you want to run to do any analysis on will be contained in what is called a notebook. Anybody used Jupyter notebooks? Yes, great. So this is like an online hosted version of Jupyter notebooks that allows you to do your analysis from within Synapse. Okay. So that also means you can pretty much import any existing notebook you have via the import here and then proceed. Okay, so script is open. Let's talk about a couple of things. So my first line, I'm getting a number of things ready. I talked about the Azure storage already. So you see that I'm including that inside here because I'll be interacting between my storage and then this script, right? So take a couple of dependencies, PyPDF. We are obviously writing a bit of Python here. I'm not really a Python person, but this will pretty much speak for itself. So from here, we go into the script. So for the script, you can also do the script Synapse allows you to, or Jupyter really allows you to write in cells, right? So the cells allow you to segment what you want to do. Think about cells like functions, right? So you can isolate a piece of your work into a specific area, maybe to purpose, to just signal that, oh, this is all I want to do. So here, all I want to do is install my dependencies, right? So, and then show the version numbers of the dependencies I'm using. If I go to the next one, I am then importing those dependencies inside here, and then I'm creating what we call the Spark session. So I'm telling the underlying Spark engine that I want to extract some lyrics, right? So I'm just naming it. I think you can do this without actually naming it, and it will give a random name in the background without any issue. So that too is compartmentalized and it's within its own script here. Then the next thing I do here is that I say I want to process lyrics from this. I wish I could open this here. I want to process my lyrics, and it's in songs.pdf. So this is your typical scan of an old hymnal where you can see the text, but if you try to copy it, it's not really a text, right? Yeah, so something like that. Although I think on Mac OS, I've realized that you can actually, it has some good OCR, so you can actually highlight and then it copies for you. So good on that. And then I have an interim directory there, and I have a lyrics directory. The interim directory allows me to use it as a middle step. I process all the files and keep it there. And then the last bit of the actual lyrics extraction is stored in the lyrics directory. So let me just talk through this real quick. I just take the current date and then I connect to my storage session. And then I have a couple of functions here. So I download the PDF file, obviously, and then I check how many rows there are. I check how much data there is in it. I have specified that the number of pages, the PDF is about 500 pages, right? But then the song lyrics, in the way it has been structured, is from page 1 to 412 or 411. So it goes through it like that. So the last page I have specified, and then it gets the data for me, right? Obviously, I'm specifying the language parameters here, and then I'm retrieving the context into a data frame. All right, so once I have that in place, I try to connect to storage to see if there already is a file there, and I clear it so I don't have multiple of the same session running, right? So I don't use the same file twice. All right, so where's this? If you can see end page somewhere here. Yeah, so what I was talking about earlier, this is the page I start from, and then I end at page 411 to be precise. All right, so for all of this, it goes through it, and some of the lyrics are not in English, right? So if you see our typical lyrics from our old hymnals, you notice some of these symbols, right? So while processing, I realized that anywhere I saw the air sound, it uses 1. Anywhere I saw the or sound, it uses a $sign. If anybody has used the easy worship here, you can be able to strike those associations as you look at it. So in my script, we make provisions for that. If we are able to tell that it is not in English, we look out for the characters, right? And then we replace them so that you can actually have some accuracy in there. And from then, we have all our files processed. We create a folder using the current date. And then now we have a nice structure. Each song in the lyric, if you see those hymnals, you realize that it has a hymn number, right? And then it has the content, and then it has some attributions, maybe who wrote it. It's not always the case anyway. So what I'm doing is I'm taking the hymn number, then I'm taking the first line of the song, because I don't know what the title of the song is. And ever so often, if there's no attribution, the first line can pretty much identify or help you identify the song, right? So take the first line, and then I get the lyrics, and I create a data frame out of that. So you can look at a data frame like a row in a database table, right? Okay. Great. So we process all of that, and then we save each song this way. So song underscore song number underscore save title. Let me see if I can find and show what save title does. Okay, let me just do Control F and type save title. So pretty much save title goes through the first line of the song I selected, right? And it does a couple of things. Obviously, because these engines are natively in English, it wouldn't see those characters, those local characters, the air and the all sounds, right? So we strip all of those off and use an underscore in place. At least it will still help improve the readability of the song title, even if those are missing, and you can find it in a list of sorts. All right, so we combine all of that, the content, which is the actual lyrics, create a new data frame, and then write that to our interim path. I don't know if I can be able to show that here. The zoom level on this thing is just crazy. And I wish I may have to cancel this and start all over, but I wish I could swap to this. I have the Storage Explorer there. Let me see if I can find Storage Explorer in Azure, and then we look at some of Azure here. So storage browser, great. Okay, so Accra.net demo here. So I can search for blob containers. Accra.net demo. Okay, so this is where our book is actually stored. This is our songs.pdf. Can I get this to download so I can show you guys how it looks like? Yes, I can get this to download. Great. So when I open this, yeah, you see the structure I described, the hymn number and the content. And sometimes there's an attribution to where the original hymn was gotten from. Yeah, but sometimes there's not, like in the hymn 6. All right. So, all right. Let's get back here. So back. Go into our storage browser again. Go to blob containers. Access our Accra.net blob container and scroll up. Clifford, can we do something about the zoom? Because I can't seem to. Control minus. All right. Okay. Come again. I should reduce it to 100, right? So control minus 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 250. 2 Oh, trust me, I'm doing minus on the keyboard. So, okay, I see this now, and we can just do a reset. Great. So if I do a reset, my latest run, can I filter by modified by? Okay, just doing a sort real quick. So my latest run, let's see. 36 bytes. And if I download this, I can open this and then show. And then show what the destination is. So this is our expectation for the rest. This is the first song that has come in. It's song number 1. And it says we'll cover it before, right? So like every other Pentecostal song, it's very short. It's about just a couple of lines. And this is pretty much what we are expecting at the end. Do we have the free show here? This will be done for, I think there are about a couple thousand, maybe 2,000 songs. And the end goal is to be able to do this. I'm trying to run one of the church presentation softwares. So let me pull that over here. This is called, I think, free show. So for this, can I skip all of this for now? Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, and thank you. All right, so for this, what I can do is for the file that just came in, oh my God. For the file that just came in, all right, thank you, yes. For the file that just came in, I can go to File and then do Import. And then I say I want, no, not clipboard, sorry. It's, okay, let me do another. Let me do an import and select a text file, all right. So text file, I can go to downloads for what I just downloaded. And then I have, in a sense, fully digitized our copy of the hymn now, albeit this is just one song. We can be able to use this for presentations. Oh, it's presenting here instead. Okay. Let me cancel this. Click again to confirm. 1, 2. Yeah, so I can then be able to do this, and we've done this for 2,000 songs in just a couple of minutes. All right, so this is the end of my session pretty much, and I'll take questions now, if there are any.
Okay, so if anybody has a question, he'll be taking the questions now. Not
No questions?
With the local languages that you use with this,
Yeah.
did you use different fonts for that?
No, I didn't use a different font. So what I managed to do, oh, this is one off. Okay. Yeah, free show, yeah. One sec. I hope it doesn't mean that free show itself is gone off. Okay, close all. All right, great. So I had a couple of struggles with that. I tried using Cape Coast font, but there's also the middle ground of how do you read the content into another font. I tried it a couple of times. I tried to search the what's it called? I tried to search the fonts directory, right, to see to load the font and then try to do something. It didn't work. So what I did, what I was able to do rather later was to copy, right, just that UTF-8 representation online, right? I just did the drop directly in there and then did the maps. So it just runs, sees it, and then that's it, and it works. All right, so thank you very much. This is the end of my session. Although maybe too niche, but hopefully this gives you an idea of what Apache Spark can do and what Synapse can do, and the fact that you can get the $200 free credit to try it out if you want to. I have run this a couple of times and I have $186 remaining. So it costs even much less to do that as compared to maybe hosting and doing all of those things because you want to achieve one of these. All right. So thank you, everyone. Enjoy the rest of
before you go, Wise, for the benefit of those of us who are online, don't forget you're doing the session for people who are physically present where you are, and then myself hosting people who are also online. A couple of questions came online for us to. I know you used an example of converting the hymns.
Yeah.
People online want to know what would be another use case for using Apache Spark, something relatable to them. What other examples would that be aside using, trying to, ingest the hymnal? Could you share some other examples, very down to earth, relatable examples for us?
Yeah. Okay. So I have seen some pretty wild usages across board. There's something I heard of recently where a call center records the calls they get, right? And they use Spark to translate it to text. To transcribe it to text. And then they analyze the text data to do what's it called? Intent. There's a name for this. If you want to see if the general conversation about your company is positive or negative,
Sentiment analysis.
then they do sentiment analysis on that and use it as a form of grading the call center workers as well, right? There are a number of things. You can use it to analyze location data. It's endless, really. This is for big data. So any application of big data, you can do somewhat of the analysis you do in Excel over here. But a lot more there's a lot more flexibility here because you are allowed to use your programming language of choice. I don't know if I was able to show that. There are a number of languages you can actually use. It's not limited to Python alone. You can use Scala, and for Synapse specifically, Microsoft is working on allowing us to use .NET C# as well to interface with to interface with Apache Spark. Hopefully, in one of my other sessions, I'll take us through the .NET implementation.
Okay, awesome. I was also just trying to, make it relatable to others. So primarily, what we're trying to do is that Apache Spark is, pretty much a tool that can be used to ingest or process streams of data and, large data sets to do things.
Large volumes, yeah.
Large volumes of data. Okay, so there are a couple of, and I'm speaking specifically to the two people who asked the question. So imagine that you're processing, let's say, NHIS data, right? So we could use Spark to process NHIS data to actually look at, you know, even run inference analysis on, institutions that are either over claiming or under claiming, or we can pretty much use it to do stuff like that. And then even on the personal level, right? For example, for some of us who drink beer a lot, we can actually use it in real time to ingest our beer consumption, assuming that I have a way of, I have like a data set, or I have an Excel table that tracks all the beer I take. I could use Spark to ingest that and do some kind of AI, or prepare it, for an LLM or some kind of AI inference.
Exactly.
Okay, all right,
Yeah.
all right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Wise, for this session. I hope those in there would, were excited about it and ask us things. So I'm going to um, defer it back to you people back in the studio or in the venue, and then we will still be having our conversation out here.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much. Okay, so for our next session, we're having a pre-recorded presentation by another speaker called Emiliano. So the video will be up shortly, then we'll take a look at it.
Hello everyone, how are you? Hope you're having a great day. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being part of this amazing event. I hope you're having a fantastic day today. I want to say thanks first of all to you for being here, for sharing your time with us. I also want to say thanks to the speakers for having the time to create these amazing slides and create these amazing demos and show them to us. And obviously, I want to say thanks to the organization Hello everyone, how are you? Hope you're having a great day. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being part of this amazing event. I hope you're having a fantastic day today. I want to say thanks first of all to you for being here, for sharing your time with us. I also want to say thanks to the speakers for having the time to create these amazing slides, to create these amazing demos and show them to us. To say you so I can break the ice between you and me. But yeah, I don't know. I like to play sports, and that's it. I'm a happy guy that just likes to give sessions around. Hopefully, 1 year I can be there with you guys and in person, and we can have some fun also there. So what I'm going to talk about. So the agenda I have today, by the way, all these illustrations, they are done by AI. I didn't write anything of this. I just put the contents of the slide and told the AI, create an illustration about this, what I'm sending you, in Tintin style. And this is what you got. So works like a charm. So my agenda. So it's a struggles developer experience first, then how can we solve this? The developer challenges, and then the spires and the demo. Okay, I'm gonna try to talk about for what I have about 30 minutes, 35 minutes to 40 to talk, but I'm going to do like 10 minutes or so speaking, and then I can do 20, 25 of demo. So you get your thing. So the struggles of the developer experience. So I think that developer experience is the key thing for us. We always deliver these amazing good applications that everyone loves, and then we make money off it. But everyone gets burned out, as do I. But we need to have something like a good developer experience, right? But first of all, what is the developer experience, right? So there's a bunch of text here. I don't know why I put so much text here, but maybe I can just summarize everything for you. So developer experience is, I don't know, the overall thing of like the satisfaction in a developer when you're building something. It happens that you're building your application, for example, your personal portfolio, and you're using your best tools and your best team, and you're happy when you're doing, but then you go back to work, and then you go back to the real world when you have to build stuff like multiple databases and web apps and APIs and stuff, and you're using tools that you don't like, you're using frameworks that you don't like, you're using processes that you think they're not okay. It happens to me too. So the developer experience, it, like, I don't know, they say encompasses, this word is amazing, encompasses everything that affects how we feel, and how we perform on our job. And there's three main things that can effect when the developer experience affects, right? So the impact on productivity and efficiency. I always tell people, why you prefer to go work from home and instead of work in the office? I love the office. It's fine. You like working there. But why do I love my house? Is because I have my family here, and I have my dogs here with me. I have my wife, and I have my 3 monitors. I have my custom keyboard that I like, my amazing Logitech MX Master mouse. So I prefer to use that, and this applies to things here. Let's say hardworking, but software happens the same. If I go to the office, I don't feel okay because I don't like the monitor, I don't like the chair, I don't like anything. I start having lower and lower productivity and lower efficiency. This is going to impact on another thing, which is the quality of the software. Because I'm feeling not so good, I'm going to be more pissed, and then I'm going to write worse software because I'm more tired. I'm going to not do stuff that it should do, right? And indeed, what's going to happen, and this goes to another level above or under, wherever you want to see it, is the developer satisfaction and retention. So what happens is that when your developers on the business don't feel okay, they start to leave. This is why Google has the best developers, or Facebook, or any fan company, because they give you everything there to keep you developer happy. So the good developer, good software. So these are my takeaways on this slide. So this is the developer experience. So this thing with the developer experience, then we face, when we are developing stuff, we face some challenges every day. I don't see every day, because maybe this is something that happens when you start on that, but you get some of this when you're working. And I noted some of them here. Also, keep in mind the images. You see it's the same stuff, but in the image. We have a bunch of stuff. For example, we have a tool overload. It happens that, for example, when you want to do something, especially with AI right now, you want to do something with AI, there's too many tools. Everything is too many things to do something simple. For example, you want to do, I don't know, image recognition. And if you put image recognition on GitHub, there's 15 millions of packages to use them. And this is bad, because you have too many options, and then when you have too many options, there's not enough options. It's like this paradox, right? It's like when you're looking for a soda and there's too many sodas, and then you don't know which one to pick because there's too much, right? Next thing is complex environments. It happens a lot. You have these environments that have a lot of stuff running on. You have multiple databases, you have multiple APIs, you have multiple web applications, you have multiple everything. So it gets complex. Obviously, it makes sense because you're building amazing applications, and it makes sense that they are complex. But this is some challenge that we face, right? Obviously, limited scalability. I actually put it twice, and the very end again. I forgot about that, but sorry about that. Obviously, scaling is something that we face depending on the application. Obviously, if you are scaling to an API that runs about 100 million requests, you need to scale. You have to build your application differently. I created applications that run with 200, 300 million requests per hour on a single application on Azure, and that works fine. Everything works. You have to just pay for it. But depending on the application, you can have limited scalability. Workflows, it's important. Sometimes we are doing stuff, and we have to follow this workflow. They are not efficient enough. I still know people that they right click publish, and they right click copy and paste in a SFTP server to deploy a site. So I don't want to bash on them, because if it's making money for you and it works for you, congrats. There's lots of applications that have the best CI/CD and they make $0. So that's the thing. It's fine. But sometimes we're facing inefficient workflows. Then we have knowledge silos. This happens a lot, especially with teams that, with projects that start with a single person. They work for 2-3 years. Then we need to add more stuff because we have more features, and then you realize that the guy that started the project is the only one that knows everything about the project. And this is bad. This is something that we face. Today, as any company has this. There's no single company that doesn't have this. And if you're saying that, you're lying to me. There's no way. outdated strategies. Said before, publish, right click, publish, outdated, and can't scale. So how can we solve this? I added a couple of points here where I show, I think, how we can solve this, and basically this is why you should be building cloud apps. Like, I, these are some strategies for building cloud apps without dying on it, without having the developer experience being bad. So I highlighted 5 points here. And first of all, the first one is the adapt microservices architecture. So, sorry, don't bash me in there. I know microservices is not for everything. You have to know that. Keep this in here, like put it in here. You know, microservices is not for everything. Don't do it always, because it doesn't make sense to build a microservice structure project if you're going to have one database, one API, and one web app. Doesn't make any sense. You're overdoing stuff that makes issues, and it's hard to scale, and most likely it's harder to maintain. But if you're building something good enough, like big enough, not good enough, big enough, it makes more sense that you use the microservice architecture. Now it's more in hype. Now is monolithic microservice, something like that. I don't know, but you should use microservices. Then use cloud native services. So there's bunch of stuff that you can already have that you don't have to overdo. For example, caching. For example, databases. Just if you need databases, just use the leverage to manage services that do that for you. If you want to use Azure, use Azure. If you want to use Redis, use Redis. Don't create your own cache. It doesn't make any sense. I tell people that don't redo the wheel. It works already. Just use it. Then implement CI/CD pipelines. Obviously, when you're right-clicking and publishing, there's a margin of error, and this margin of error is not caused by the PC, or sorry, for the computer of the agent. Is caused by the human that's right-clicking and publishing. So CI/CD, I always say that CI/CD, it's like a god. He knows everything and always does it at the same time. So there's no margin of error if it compiles or not doesn't compile, or if it has to deploy somewhere or has to deploy elsewhere. It always works, and it always tells you if it works or it doesn't work. And also, it's way faster than you. It's way faster than you right clicking on doing stuff, because you have to compile, you have to test. If you have something that compiles for you, tests for you, and deploys for you, always going to be faster. Also, the time that this is being working on, you're making more money because you're doing more stuff in the code. So also makes sense. Then I think I like this one the most. You also emphasize infrastructure as code. So when I was young, I told you I'm 30. When I was younger, I thought that infrastructure was not for me. I mean, if I'm building something, I tell the IT guys or the DevOps guy, I need 4 databases. Then I have a couple of microservices, and then I have a web application, right? The thing is, when you're a developer, you must know this now. I mean, there's no way you can just work on the code and to know where it's going to be stored, because depending on where it's going to be, your code might change. So that's why you need to have the infrastructure as code. You need to know that. You need to know exactly what happens. Not only that, this helps the environment reproductably. I don't know how to say it in English, but for example, let's say that you want to have someone working for you, and then you have to give them the environment and all the developer tools, and you have 15 microservices and you don't know anything. So you need to have this, and this is how you do it. You make the infrastructure a code, so someone can just F5 and it works for you. And the last thing, and most likely one of the other most important ones, is the monitor and optimize performance. Monitoring is for me the best thing that happened since I started using it, is that I know exactly what happens. Have you ever run application insights? Well, that just gives you what happens on the application. I mean, every single thing that happens on the application, you must know everything. Every single get, every single post, every single query that happens. You must know everything. So you have to use monitoring tools for that. And this is something that's a strategy to building it. So how do we do all of this? This is amazing, Emiliano. I like it. How do we do all of this?
how do we do all of this? Oh, sorry about the thing. So we use NetAspire for that, for the developer experience at least. We use NetAspire on my team, and we like it. We like it a lot. Because with NetAspire let us do stuff that we before we have to make, we use more time to do. For example, setting up everything, the infrastructure, the monitoring, testing, everything was took more time. So we were losing more money on the project. So if your margins are, I don't know, 30% per project, if you of that 30% you have to spend 10% of that money in time to make the developer experience, you're losing 10% of money, and you're losing money, and we live on money nowadays, so we have to do that. So what is NetAspire? So NetAspire, I don't even know how to actually say it correctly, but NetAspire just gives you, I used to say it was a framework, but I don't know now anymore if it's a framework. In the end, I say that it just provides tools, templates, and packages for helping you build these cloud native apps or cloud apps or something like that. So the thing is that it helps you create all this stuff. It helps you create applications that they connect with each other like microservices. It gives you the possibility to give you the login, the monitoring, gives you the possibility to scale them, give you the possibility to run it like with a single click. So it gives you a lot of things. But there's three main things that they have, which I think are the best, and those are these three things. So this is straight from the documentation. I'm not rewriting anything because to me it doesn't make sense to rewrite anything because they are explaining so well here. So first of all, dev time orchestration. So as they say, it focuses on enhancing the local development experience by simplifying all creating and connecting the applications. I share some of this thing in the slides, but we're going to show. I'm going to show you everything later on. But it lets you connect everything just by coding. So if you want to connect APIs with APIs, APIs with databases, databases with APIs, and databases with APIs and webs at the same time, this thing you can do it in the code. Then we have the NetAspire integrations. They used to be called packages or plugins before they changed the name a few months ago. And these are just naked packages that lets you add popular services or tools or platforms to your application. For example, if you want to add Redis to your application, it doesn't make any sense that you're building your server. You just install the package and Aspire sets everything for you, set up the server for you, and it just works. And you don't have to do anything. Same stuff with SQL Server, or same stuff for PostgreSQL. So, I started just thinking about how amazing this is, right? And then you have the project templates and tooling. NetAspire itself gives you tons of project templates, the best tooling. Also, it's in Visual Studio, it's on Visual Studio Code. You can have it on Rider, I think, all the IntelliJ stuff. Also, you have the NetCLI where you can create and run and publish and everything, all this stuff. So you have a bunch of stuff there. So what else? What else I want to talk about? Nothing, because I want to show demos. So my idea for the demo is the following. I want to show about from starting a single application that works already with NetAspire. I want to show you the dashboard. Hopefully I have time for showing the integrations. I want to show you orchestration, outside of infrastructure as code, and maybe I can show you even commands. So let's start with it. So this is my amazing Visual Studio, right? So here, as you can see here, by the way, I like to write a lot, so I can put me here because I like to show stuff too when I'm saying stuff. So we have here our Visual Studio solution, and it has a bunch of stuff, right? So this is one service, this is another service, this is a web application, and then we have app host and the service defaults. Okay, this is just a library, right? So right here in the left, I'm going to show you what is each one and why do we need them. So let's remember how a cloud app, like cloud native app works. So it's a bunch of microservices and a web. So we have, let's do this. So we have APIs. These are APIs. So I have, let's do this. This is API 1. This is API 2. Then we have our web app. So let's do it with blue. So it's web. And then we have the app host. But how does this work? So the app host actually is, it's a, let's say it's a project, obviously. This is the app host. And the app host helps orchestrate everything. So let's say that actually the host is all this. So what it does for us, it's actually help us connect everything. So I'm going to put pink now. So it helps connect this with this, connects this with this, helps connect this one with this one. So what it's doing to us is letting us connect stuff. So it's where we orchestrate all our code. It helps us do that. It helps us say, you know, this API must connect with this one. How does this file look, by the way? So if we go here, we're going to go back one by one. Okay, so don't worry about that. If it's don't be scared. It's super simple. You most likely, what I'm going to tell you, you are already there on even in the screen because it's super simple to read. So first of all, we have this. We have a builder. Okay, so builders. This is a standard .NET application. If you have done any, you know, I don't know, API or Blazor application, you see a builder always. In this case, difference is we have the distributed application here. So this is a distributed application, and then inside we have a couple of things. First of all, we're going to go one by one. So I'm going to use yellow here for this one. So we have the API service variable, right? So this variable is called API service, and what we're doing is actually we're adding a project here. So we have add project here, and this seems familiar to me. It says, you know, projects.glover Azure NetSpire API service. I think it's something like this, right? And I am actually giving it a name. Remember about this. This is important. All I'm saying here is important because we need to use it later, okay? And then I'm just matching some, like putting health checks here, right? So then we have, you know, this one here. So with this one, we have a different stuff. We have, okay, we're adding a project again to our builder. Okay, we are adding project.global Azure NetAspire web. So I'm gonna guess this one, right? We're giving it a name, that's fine. And then we are adding more stuff. Okay, same HTTP endpoints and health checks, right? So what are these two, right? Let's go back and remember what I told you before. We had our API here, and then we have our web app. We need to somehow know how do this one connect? How can we connect anything in an application? When you connect to the application, you must know where it is. For example, you have to say, you know, my API is in localhost at, you know, 1111, and my web is localhost at 1112, right? So they know. But how can we do it without, you know, playing with that? This is hard because let's say that we have only one and one. It's super easy. It's super easy. It's one port and another. But if we have 20, if I have 30, if I have 100 microservices, because my application is super big, how can we do this? Well, this thing that you see here is handled by this. With reference actually is referencing my API project. So it's getting this in here and is making it available for my web frontend here. So that's how it works. So how can we check this? So let's run this, by the way. Let's run this and we're going to see it. So as I said before, this is two applications only. So we have an API and a web application. And this is how it's going to see. Look at this. So take some time to run. Give me 1 sec, please. Come on. Sorry about that. Take some time. Sometimes my laptop sometimes is a bit slower. Let's see. It's opening. Okay, I have it in here. So this is my API. I'm not gonna run anything, okay? I'm not gonna show anything about the dashboard yet, but I want to run the application. So first of all, I'm going to run this first. I want to show the API running. It takes some time to run this sometimes. It's starting, not yet healthy. Let's see if it works. Oh, sorry for that. Let's see, and then still starting, still starting. Okay, then we have here two applications. As I said before, we have our API service and frontend. You most likely think, okay, I remember this, right? I remember where I saw this, right? Let's go back here. Do you remember this? Does this runs a bell for you? Does this runs a bell for you? We are defining the stuff here, and it's being translated to stuff. It's not like we're applying just random strings for it. We are using it. But in any case, let's continue with this. So we have our API. It works, you know, every time we run it, we're calling it. Same stuff with this. This is our application. You see weather, and then I see this weather here. You know, I think it's caching it, so it doesn't do anything. But you know, every time it change, you know, it works. You know, it changed the thing. So how does it work in the back? There's no way I'm seeing anything. I'm not putting anything. So let's go here. Let's go to the API service and let's take a look at the API service. So I don't see anything here. I see a minimal API. The minimal API has a weather forecast thing that returns, you know, something random here. Makes sense. So nothing to be for. So this is a simple thing. And if you go to our web application, let's go here, let's go to the pages, and then let's go to the weather. This is a standard. That's what I know. I see duration output cache. I didn't know this. That's why it wasn't updated. Can I just remove this, by the way? Let's see if it works later. So we see here on initialize async, right? And we get a weather API async, and we see a couple of stuff here. So we're seeing, okay, this is my endpoint. Okay. Oh, I see. We are using an HTTP client, and with the HTTP client, we are calling get from JSON, and this is calling weather forecast. Okay, this makes sense. Okay, this is a standard API calling, right? But hey, I am actually not putting the localhost. I'm not putting the port here, so I am actually missing here the localhost, 7860, for example. I'm missing this, and I am most likely. This is most likely not on the app settings, right? So let's go to the app settings. I don't see anything here. There's no entry here that shows, okay, you have to call this. So how does it work? Well, you remember that we defined the name, right? So let's go to the program CS, and this is a standard Blazor program CS. But here we are defining this. We are defining the HTTP client for the API client, here for the weather API client. And we're saying that the base address, which makes sense, by the way, we are using HTTP plus HTTPS plus HTTP, so, secure then non-secure. And we are using, where's my thing? API service. Most likely you remember this, right? And if not, let me show that to you. If we go here, let me go here, most likely, not this one. If we go here, you're going to see it in here right now. So this API service, I remember it from here, right? I remember it from here. So we're using actually the same name using service discovery. So the application just knows where you need to call, right? So we are adding it to the application. NetAspire is making us discover the application between not knowing it and knowing it in a place or another. So it's saying, just give me this string, and I know that it was named this way in the app host, and I know its name on the Blazor application, so they must connect. How can we confirm this? Because you might say, you're lying to me, buddy. Most likely you are doing it in the back. You can't lie to me. You can't lie to me. Right? Then let's do this. Let's go to the dashboard because we have this amazing dashboard that has stuff for us. So this dashboard has information. First of all, we have a couple of things here. We have services, the stay, start date, the source, the URLs, as we said before. Here we are doing it. Let's do this. Let's actually see the details. We have a lot of stuff here, but let's go to the details. In the details, you can see a lot of stuff. Maybe I put it in here so you see more. So you have the resource stuff, as we said before, URLs, references, back references. So if someone is referencing me, I can see it. So this is super smart. Thanks, Aspire team. We have health checks, and then we have a couple of environments. So for example, we see the environments, the HTTP port, the ISP.NET Core URLs, everything like you can see here. All these things in for telemetry and stuff, right? So why don't we go and take a look at the Blazor one? So we know the Blazor one is somehow talking to the API. We know that, right? But how does it work? How does it work? Well, we go back here on the environment variables, and then we see, okay, this goes around. And if we keep going down, I see something strange right now, right? Look at this. Do you see this? I don't remember setting this. If you do it, you let me know, but I didn't do it. So let's see the values here, and then let's analyze this. So you see, we are putting that the services, the API service HTTPS is localhost 6597, right? So Aspire in the back, what it's doing is putting the value for me when I'm making the call in the API client, is putting that there because I told him that as this API service is going to be this value here. So in the back is putting it for me. So I don't have to do anything. So think about that. Think about that not only with one place wrap and one API service, but think about that when you have 50 of them, 30 of them, 100 of them. Everything is doing it for you in the back. So what else do we have here? So this amazing dashboard is I love it, right? You can see much stuff. You can have console logs. For example, if you go to the API service, I don't think I have anything. We can try, by the way. So let's go here and I say, console right line. Let's see. Hello everyone, and then let's just add a UI or something, just so we know. New AI, right? I don't know if this is going to work. Okay, hello everyone, and then every time we do a call here, let's see. Yeah, we'll see. Hello everyone. So we have console logs. You can put anything you want. And this one for the obviously for the web app. Most likely, if I refresh here, I guess that I'm going to get something here. Yeah, maybe not. But then this is cool, but not good enough. Let's go to the structure one. The structure one is amazing because with the structure ones, you know everything that happens when a call starts to when it ends. So if my call starts here and then you have the other call here, you can talk with some services in the middle, and we need to know exactly what happens with between all of them. So it makes sense that you need to know, okay, this service called this one called that one called this one, and then this one called the other one, and then it's finished, right? And there's how do we do this right now? For example, if you use application insights or whatever other logging mechanism you use, you see this. But locally we don't have that. So take a look at this. So let's open this one. For example, you see here, this is a trace. Okay, traces are the best thing I ever have in the world. So traces are from start to the end, with all the traces that happen in the middle, right? And why is this good? Because for example, this is just the entire call, and then in this entire call, first of all, did a get in the web frontend. That get in the web frontend called the API service, which took this one, and then this thing go back to the browser, and the browser finishing rendering the DOM, so it's finishing here. But think about this. Let's make this yellow, so it's more critical. So think about the call you have here, that the call is super important. And this call is taking 5 seconds. So, and then you have 1 microservice, 2 microservice, 3 microservice, 4 microservice, right? And then this microservice takes 100 milliseconds, 200 milliseconds to run, and the third one, it takes 4 seconds to run. And then the last one takes 100 milliseconds. You don't have to be the smartest programmer, or I can ask my mom to tell Where do you think is the problem? It's right here. This one. This one is the problem because you see it on the trace that this process here is taking 4 seconds out of a 5-second query. So yeah, this is why it's helpful. You can see more stuff. Also, you can have metrics, which they are amazing, by the way. You can see all the metrics. This is more on the way developer side, but you can see all the queue connections. If you have more stuff, and active request and request duration and everything, and so on, and so on, and so on. So this is just for the good developer experience, but we can do more. We can actually add more stuff here. So you know what we're going to do? We are going to add. I'm going to remove this, by the way. So we're going to remove this, and what I want to add is actually an integration. So I want to add something to our application. So you know, if you wanted to add a database, it could take some time. But what we're going to do is we are going to actually go here, and we're going to add a database here. So I already added this package here, which is called Aspire Hosting PostgreSQL, which is the integration. There's 2 types of integrations. So if you have the app host, this is the app host, and then you have the, for example, in red you have the API, and you have the web. There's 2 types of packages. The one in yellow are the hosting packages, and then the other ones are just the consuming packages. So these one are different. So these are different packages. You have to set up the packages in the hosting, and then someone has to consume it on the other place. So you have to create 2 packages when you create an integration. The first one, let us do something like this. So we can do var postgres equals builder. Is it builder? Postgres or something? Yeah, there you go. Look at this. Postgres. Not like this. Not like this. And with this, we can just create a database. So we would PostgreSDB. No kidding. This is. I'm just doing it so I don't have to write anything. But you can do database, and the database is going to be called just like this, but with db at the very end. So let's run this. Let's run this to see how in 2 lines of code and a lot of Copilot we just created a amazing Postgres database in our Aspire application. So let me run this. It's gonna take some time, about 5 to 10 seconds to run sometimes. Also, you have to get installed Docker, by the way. But let's run this. And as you can see here, we have our Postgres and PostgreSDB application. Takes some time because it's going to Docker to get it, but it's just running. And you can see it in here. If you go to the logs and you open the Postgres, you see all the logs running here. And then you see the PostgreSDB thing here, and it just works, right? So let's consume this, right? So I have my amazing database service here that doesn't have anything, but what it has is the consuming package. This is the consuming package. So if you go here, we just need to do, you know, builder, I don't remember, I think it's that one, and then we need to see connection name, and guess what is the connection name? What do you think is the connection name? You know, we did this. Let's go to here. We actually set something here and here, right? Well, it's going to be the database that we're going to talk about. So we're going to say this one, right? And now we have access to this. What we are going to do is we are going to create an endpoint that does all for us. So we're going to do a map get, and we are going to say, you know, the standard one is going to be a sync thing, right? And then this thing needs something which is called, I don't remember, yeah, npg sql command, I don't remember, let me see it here, that source, right? Source, right? db, right? With this is something that comes from the consuming package, and with this you can access the database. And with this we are just going to, let's see if Copilot does it for me. I don't want to do it. Let's see. Doesn't do it for me. Oh, it doesn't for me. Let's see. Then let's see. Yeah, nice. Yes. This doesn't work because you have to create the command, and then with the command you set the name. So cmd. Oh man, this works fine. Thanks Copilot for me. And what we're going to do, we're going to actually update it. So we see the version, and then we're just going to execute the reader, and this is going to be, yeah, and then I'm going to just return, you know, execute, not reader, sorry, scalar. Execute scalar sync, and this is going to be my result. and then this is not going to be like this, and then this is going to result this, right? So we just added this line here to use the package, and then we just use the service that it gives to us because it actually adds a service for the dependency injection. And with this, we just call the database and ask the version of the database, right? Now, if we go back here to the app host, this is not going to work because I am missing my application here, but let's do it. So let's do the builder, add project, project, and the project is going to be called what? Database service, right? And we are obviously going to give it a name, database service, and you know, we need to reference it, right? So we're going to with reference our PostgreSDB database right here. And this one, since it's a good practice, we're going to wait for it also, because we need to wait for this, otherwise if we were making calls to that, it will fail. So let's do this. Let's do this and run this, and we'll see how it goes. Let's see, we're running this, takes some time, sorry about that, and then what we're going to do is just make a simple call to that. So we're going to we're going to see it in here. You can see that the database service is waiting for run because the Postgres is still not healthy. Now it's running, and now it's starting. You see it in here, and with this, most likely it's gonna take some time. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Can you be faster? You see it here. Now I have the endpoint, and look at this. Takes some time sometimes because it's cool, and you can see here Postgres 17.2 Debian on PC, and this is the version. Obviously we can change it to have any other thing, so we can do it. More stuff that we can do. Actually, we can use not only things, but not only integrations, but we can actually just add normal stuff. For example, there's a Redis package, but let's say you have your own Dockerfile thing, right? Well, you can add it here. You can do Redis. You can do, let's do Redis, I don't know, and then we can just add build. You could do this at Redis if you install the package, but let's say you have another container that you have on your Docker, on your thing, on your publish for you. Well, you can add container. That container, and you just need to do Redis, and then you do Redis again. This is the name. What is the name? What is the image? Always going to take the latest, and you just run this, and we'll see. It just works. You'll see. We're just adding a container to your application, just like that. It's published. Let's say you have it published in GitHub or in Azure Container Services, or registry. Sorry, it's not services. It's all AWS. And you have it here, and you can see that we have a Redis thing fully in our application, and we didn't do anything. Also, there's a good thing which is called this amazing graph that shows everything how it's connected. It's super amazing, so it's super good. If we were, for example, connecting the database service with the API service, it will be something like this too. So you do something like this. So it's amazing. It's a good way to see the thing. And the last thing that I want to show, which is something super cool. Let's see if we can do it. What I want to do is a command, right? So this command thing, it's super amazing. So let's do this. So in here, we can do something which call a HTTP command. Something cool just to, so you can just have fun here. HTTP command. Let me check how was the thing, because I always forget about how it's written. Sorry about that. And what we're going to do, I mean, let me copy it in here. I don't want to write it, to be honest. So let's do this. So let's do test here. I'm going to call test command. And then we're going to say, you know, this is test command. And this is going to call test, right? And then we have an RPI service. And in our API service, you can see we are going to call path. I mean, I don't have to specify the endpoint, obviously, because I know it. He's the one that's making it. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to map guest, map get, and I am going to say, you know, test, and this is going to, sorry, this is going to just say console write line test comment execute. So I can run this, and why does it make sense? Because maybe you're working with this, and you're working an application, and you can build commands, so you can, for example, clean up the database, or restart the application, or do any other thing. For example, yeah, just restart the application state. It makes sense that you don't want to restart everything, right? But you can do it just like that, right? So there's commands that let you do stuff. So these are the cool things that you can build. And for example, let's do here, and then we can run this. Yeah, method not allowed. What did I do? What is it? Ah, it was a post. Sorry. It's a post message. Sorry about that. I forgot about that. It's a post, not a get. So in this, now it should run. Sorry about that. Give me one sec. Let's see, it should run, and we go test, and then it happens here. So think about your application. For example, you wanted to clean up the cache, or you wanted to clean up the database, or clean up this specific table because you made some testing where you were working, and also the database is consistent, so it doesn't clean every time you start. So you can build commands and run them. And for example, you can do this, and then most likely if I go API service, yeah, test command executed, right? So executing command, successful executing command. So this was my thing. I can obviously update that to have a UID, right? So UID new ID, right? So most likely is this going to work? Let's see. You see, it really works. It's insane. This is amazing. So we saw a couple of things here. Let me go back to this. So we saw a couple of things. I wanted to show you how this amazing tools helps us create stuff, connect stuff, see stuff, build what we want, add integrations, create commands, connect it, and be happy when you're working. This is amazing when you're working, and I cannot be happy when I'm using it. So for references, so I have my code obviously published in GitHub. All my sessions are like always in GitHub, so you can find the slides and the code and everything there. Also, I share the documentation for Aspire. Here is the blog of Aspire, the official Visual Studio, sorry, Microsoft blog, the dev blog. And then there's two things, Twitter accounts. This one is mine, but they follow. This is the creator slash father slash one of the main people that were created Project I, which now is Aspire. And you should follow him because he's too good. He always show previews and everything. So really nice guy. I met him on Redmond when I went to Seattle. So follow him too, and give him feedback because it's a good way to give back to Microsoft for giving us this amazing thing. So and what else? Well, thanks a lot. That's my time most likely. So I want to say thanks to you for being here. Thanks a lot for sticking to the end. I hope you like the thing. I hope you like Aspire. I hope you like my presentation. I hope you like my broken English. So yeah, keep having a good day. Enjoy the developer experience. I think it's one of the key things when we are working with code. Do not work with bad technologies. Do not work with bad workflows. Do not work with bad manners because it's just only going to make you unhappy and you are going to regret it. Your health is going to regret it. So please focus on yourself. The clients, they come and go, but the time you work, it's the most important thing. So yeah, about all this political stuff, have a nice day and see ya.
Awesome, 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 awesome. Thank you so much, Emiliano, for that exciting session. The goodness still continues. We have a lot more coming for you. I believe the next session we have is from Frank, if I'm correct. The people in the studio, if you can confirm that for me. The next session is Frank, who's going to show us building RAG solutions with Azure. So let's quickly go back to the studio. Let me add Clifford. Hey, Clifford, can you hear me? Is Frank ready?
Yes, yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me too?
Yes, I can hear you. Who do we have next? It's Frank, I presume.
Yeah, so we have Benjamin, who is going to take over the Frank topic.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All right. So, just a sec. Let me get this out of the way for everyone. All right, so there's just a bit of an update there. So Benjamin is going to be taking Frank's session, which is building RAG solutions with Azure. So without much ado, let's bring in Benjamin is sharing a screen, right? Is sharing a presentation, correct?
Yes, yes.
Awesome. So we can see that. Hold on, let's see. Oh, the screen just went off. Maybe we can share
Yeah.
that again.
Okay. I'm doing that. Can you see?
Okay, let's add it to the scene. Yep.
Okay.
So RAG with Azure AI Search. So that is there. So I would, you know, leave it to you guys to take it up from there. It's all yours.
I'll search for you. Let's take my time. Search for what she's open. Good. Good afternoon, everyone. So today we are going to be talking about RAG, Retrieval Augmented Generation. So before we start, I'm going to explain how this whole process works. So this is a process between indexing and searching and also generative AI. So we'll see the reason why this process was developed and how it has made building and reading documents faster. So that's what we are going to go through.
So it seems we having a little. It seems we're having a little challenge back with the live feed in Accra. They're still trying to resolve it, but in the absence of that, I want to remind you of the upcoming seasons of AI, season 4, which I'm going to host on the 17th of May. We're going to be talking about building agents with Azure AI Foundry. Do make a deal with me. It's 6 p.m. GMT, um, 17th of May. I'll lead it. You can scan the QR code on your screens right now to technically get registered for it. It's going to be virtual. Okay, I'm told that they are ready for us back live in Accra. So we're going to move from the studios back to Accra to continue with it. So stay with us.
Sorry for that. We are back now. So we're talking about RAG, and so this will be the agenda for today. First is we need to understand what RAG means, retrieval augmented generation. Then we are going to be talking about vector search, which is very important when building RAG solutions. So we are going to be talking about vectors, vector search. The third is state-of-art retrieval with AI search. So AI search is an engine that is built in Azure, which makes this retrieval system very, very easy to use. So when it comes to building this solutions, we'll be using AI search and Azure to be able to build these solutions. Then we look at how the data is going to be ingested. Since we are dealing with large language models, retrieval augmentation requires that the data ingestion is done in a specific way. So it's very important that when you are ingesting data, especially unstructured data, is done in a specific way. That includes chunking. We are also going to look at that and the different approaches to it. And last but not the least, that is not added, is prompt engineering. With building RAG, prompt engineering is very, very important when building RAG solutions. So we're also going to look at how to design your prompts to be able to leverage the large language model to build your solution. So let's start with the name itself, retrieval augmented generation. So the first thing, which is very important when it comes to retrieval augmented generation, is the retrieval system and the generation. So the retrieval system deals with Azure, it deals with searching the document and getting the right context from the document. And the generation deals with NLP, that is the natural language processing. So imagine, Mr. Frank gave examples. So imagine you have your own documents, let's say documents that you want to ingest. It can be any textbook, it can be, uh, let me give an example that we all can relate to. So maybe you are finding how to read a textbook and you want an easy way to do that. With RAG, when you're able to search these documents, you can, with prompts, you can be able to summarize everything that's inside the document. Especially, you can be able to look for exactly what you're looking for. So that's how RAG can help in situations like this. So that is one. And we have legal. Imagine you want to build a legal system, something to help you to be able to get the right answers for legal advice or systems. You can be able to leverage RAG to do this. How? So as I said, the most important thing about RAG is retrieval. What are we retrieving? We are retrieving the data, and the data can be based on any data that you have. The most important thing that you need to do with that data is how you are going to be prompting the large language model to receive it. Now, why was this important? So we come to the limitations of natural language models. Large language models. So with large language models, it is trained on everything that is what general knowledge of everything. So imagine you want to do something with a large language model. Let's give an example with ChatGPT. You want to do something with ChatGPT. Now you can ask it any question. ChatGPT can be able to answer that question. But what you want with a RAG system is you want to make sure that the questions that are being answered are only tailored to the document that you want it to answer. So that is one limitation with large language models. So first, what we used to do is to fine tune a whole document, and to be able to fine tune with a large language model, first you need a lot of computation and a lot of data. But with RAG, you don't need a lot of data to be able to do all that. Imagine training a large language model, a model with, let's say, 4 billion parameters. Let's say ChatGPT, the amount of parameters in ChatGPT. Imagine training a document, maybe a small document on that. Imagine the amount of computational power you need to do that. So with RAG, with the retrieval system, it removes all this handicap from it. So with large language, as I mentioned, there is no knowledge. It is generally based on um, general data, which you don't want that. You want it to specifically know what you are talking about. So that is the limitation that we have. And how does RAG solve that problem? So we are going to see how we are going to incorporate knowledge to these systems. So we talked about fine tuning. So you are letting a large language model learn something permanently. So a RAG, if you build a RAG system, you can decide to put a different data into that system, and the large language model is going to recognize that. But with fine tuning, when you train your data on a large language model, and that's it. To
So we're having a little challenge with the slides.
All right. So as I said, with fine tuning, you are only training a data, you are only training the large language model on a specific data. Once that is done, if you want to use a different data set for the same large language model, you have to retrain that large language model again to be able to understand that data. That is how fine tuning works. But with RAG, it does not work that way. RAG, you can change your data set, and the large language model will be able to recognize it because we are using searching or retrieval. So the retrieval system is going to go into the document corpus to fetch anything that you are looking for, depending on what is in that documentation. So that is the difference between using the fine tuning method that was previously used and using the RAG method. All right. So how does this RAG work? So first of all, it is like creating a communication system with the large language model based on your document. So it is what your user questions. So if let's say we have a data set based on company issues or legal issues, if that document, that what the question you're asking is in that documentation, with a retrieval system, it can be able to get that answer for you using the large language model, as long as the question that you're asking is based on the documentation. So you can see how this can help in a lot of situations, especially when creating bots for companies. Some companies just use messages that are constant, that you are always going to receive when you ask a question from maybe an FAQ a bot. But when leveraging RAG, it's like when you use RAG to create a bot kind of a bot system, you can ask any question, and it's like you are communicating with someone at the back end, because the RAG system has the knowledge base of the company. So that is how the system works. So the data, the question that you ask is then going to be searched in the document that you have fed the RAG system. So that is where the retrieval comes into play. So you give it a document, a data, and now the question you ask is now going into the system to be fetched. And that that document being fetched is not going to appear exactly like what's in the documentation. But with the large language model, it is going to summarize and explain it very well based on the prompt that you are going to give it. So that is how the RAG system works. So the user asks a question, then it goes to search, and let's look at the next process. Now the large language model comes into play. So the large language model is connected to the user and also the search engine. So you ask a question, it goes into the retrieval system, and the data is augmented and released to the user for an answer. So we had an example creating letting a system generate mass questions based on the data of the user. So imagine you have a syllabus. You can do that in GPT. You can tell GPT to generate questions for you. That's fine. But would it be based on the syllabus that you are looking for? No. So if you want a system that will be based on exactly what you are looking for and not generalize it every time that you are searching for it, you can create a RAG system with your unique data set and based on the questions and the prompt that you feed it, it will be able to retrieve that for you. So now let's see the whole process again. So the user asks a question, it goes through the retrieval system, that is the search. And now the search sends it to the large language model to put it in natural language. So rather than just vomiting the exact sentence in the document for you, no, it is going to put it in natural language for you to understand exactly what is inside the system. And now you can connect it to what? A chatbot for you to communicate with your document. All right. So in RAG, there are so many different ways to do RAG. There is something we call a naive RAG and something we call high quality RAG. So with naive RAG, as I said, with the retrieval system, there are two ways to go about this. So we can search something semantically, or we use something we call best match search. So with best match search, if you are doing best match search, that is naive RAG. So imagine you have a document corpus, and the document corpus is saying the word vehicle is in that document corpus. If you do not search exactly for that word, with naive RAG, you are not going to find it because you are doing that is best match search. But with semantic search, even if words that you are typing are not in the document, but there are similar words like that in that documentation, it is going to fetch it for you. So similar words, so that is where the vectorization comes in. So similar words like car, there's a similar word to car is vehicle. So when you search for vehicle and there is car in the documentation, it is going to fetch it out for you. So that is how this works. So imagine now you have this bot system, and now somebody is trying to look for something, but the person does not know exactly what it is, but has an idea. By typing it inside, because of semantic search, it will be able to retrieve that document for the person because what the person is saying has semantic similarity with something in the document corpus. So that is the way high quality RAG works. And in Azure AI search, we will see how we'll be able to implement that and be able to search for any type of document with any type of data that you want. We'll put it in there. And any question that we ask based on that data, we'll be able to fetch it for you. So sophisticated LLMs adhere to instructions, well-prepared data, powerful search functionality. So what do we mean by well-prepared data? The data should be reasonably sized and what meaningful vectors. So this part of RAG, you need to chunk that. You cannot just put the data inside there. Even though the large language model will be able to understand that data, but it is not going to get you the the um the right the right thing that you need, because your data is not well structured. But with Azure AI Search, all this has already been put in place. So there are ways that you can chunk it manually yourself, or you can use Azure AI Search to create the chunks for you and create meaningful vectors for you to be able to read what is in your data. So now you are looking at vectors. So this is how vectors work. So vectors is like changing words into dimensions. So this word here, dog, has been what vectorized into different dimensions. So we have the first, the second, and the third dimension, and it can go on. It can have different dimensions. Why? Because we are trying to create semantic similarity within the words. So when you think about dog, what can dog be related to? Dogs can be related to pets. Another relation to dog can be cat, because cat is also a pet that you can keep at home. Dogs can also be related to puppy. So you can clearly see how semantic similarities are created between the words that are put in the database. So if you are not using Azure, there is something called a vector database. A vector database already exists in Azure. But if you imagine, if you are using open world vector database, there are different vector databases that can be able to do this too. So what it does, because computers are not able to understand the natural language that we speak, so everything is vectorized for vector similarity. So you can see different uh, models here. We have the OpenAI text embedding adder. So this is one of the useful databases that we are going to see when we come to using AI search. So we have the SBET sentence transformer and the Azure Computer Vision. So with vector database, how it works. So I don't know if you've used ChatGPT before, but even if you put an image in ChatGPT, ChatGPT is able to recognize the image and tell you what it is. Why? Because that image is being vectorized. It is put into numbers like this, and ChatGPT is able to understand that and tell you what's happening to the into the image in the image. So with RAG systems, it does not matter whether your document has pictures inside them. So if you have pictures inside your document, it does not matter. Everything is being vectorized. Images, words are all being vectorized into this vector database, which can then be retrieved. All right. So this is how the vector space works. So the vector is a three-dimensional space. So what this is trying to say is, how close is this vector to another? So if dog, pet, cat are related, their vectors will be closer to each other. So a vector is the same thing with in a three-dimensional space that has what? Distance and direction. So distance and direction. What distance is this thing in? And how far are they from each other to be what? Similar. So there are some examples here. So you can see technology, house, computer. So all these are existing in what? A vector space. So you can clearly see that in the vector space, technology is closer to house. Sorry, computer is closer to house. Now, even though house and computer are not the same thing, but they can be related. Now, if you look at, there's one here, there's one word here, God, and you can see how far away it is from the other ones, because the more further the distance of an object is, that is how they do not relate to each other. So this is how the vector dimensions are created. so that it can create a vector similarity within the words that you are going to search for. So this whole process is taking place within the RAG system. So the retriever vectorizes all the documents, and now all that documents can be semantically searched for. All right. So the vector search creates embeddings. The embeddings are the dimensions that we're talking about. So it says find K closest vector for the query vector. So it is going to find the closest vector to what you are typing. So it does not matter how you are going to put the words that you are typing in. As long as you create a vector database, it will be able to find semantic similarity within the words in your corpus and to be able to find it for you. So this is a more detailed process of how the search works. So the query is a question you ask. So you ask maybe a question, maybe what is a dog? Let's say that's the question you ask. Now that's the what is a dog is going to be what? It's going to be vectorized. It's going to create embeddings for that word. And that query vector is going to search the existing vectors. The existing vectors are the ones in your database that has already been vectorized. So that is what is going to search. So it's going to compare the question that you're asking to what is in your database to find similar words close to it to be able to get you the answer you are looking for. So I said K closest vectors. So maybe you have pets in your vector database, but nothing like dog. But you wrote dog here, it can create there is a vector similarity there to be able to get you the answer you are looking for. So this is how the whole search process works. All right, so this is a nice example. So tortoise, OpenAI creates a vector using the computation, creates a vector, and now it is going to search for other existing vectors in your database. So it said you look for tortoise and you are seeing snake and frog. Now, why do you think snake and frog can be related to tortoise? Why? Because a tortoise, a snake, and a frog are all animals. So they have that similarity to each other. So even though tortoise can be different, they are all under the same similarity because they are all animals. Maybe if you break it down more, it will be able to find things that are related to that. All right. So we move to Azure AI Search. Now this is the engine in Azure that is able to vectorize your data for you. Now with Azure AI Search, you can connect a lot of things to it. So imagine you have a document. Maybe the document is in the form of pictures. So maybe you had a hard copy document that you took pictures of that you do not you want to be able to vectorize that. So in Azure AI Search, there are skill sets that are connected to this. So with pictures like this, you need what we call an OCR, object character recognition. So in other AI set, to be able to search a document like that, you can add skill sets to be able to refine your document even more. So you can add skill sets like document intelligence. You can add OCR to be able to read text from images. And those texts will now be vectorized and you can be able to search for it. So clearly you cannot, when it comes to the data, it is unstructured. It can be pictures, can be letters, and to be able to retrieve it for you with Azure AI Search. And in Azure AI Search, there are different models that you can use under it. There is the semantic kernel, there is LangChain, Lambda Index, Azure OpenAI, and the AI Studio. We'll be looking at the AI Studio to see how this works. So the types of search strategies in Azure AI Search is approximate nearest neighbor. So this is fast. It is going to search for the nearest neighbor. As I said, vectors are three-dimensional that are made out of what? magnitude, and direction. Yeah. So it is going to find the nearest neighbor to what you are looking for. So in the documents that you have, whenever they are embedded, it creates this vector database where they are nearest neighbors. So it's going to compare that to the query or the question that you are typing to find the nearest neighbor. There's so it's there's fast vector search at scale. Though, so this uses what we call the graph method, which has excellent recall performance. So why do this graph method is what we call a graph DB. So what this does is it is able to have fine control over the index and parameters. So if you understand what you want to do and how you want to vectorize it, you can use this method, and this will give you control over how your data is being vectorized. So the thing is that the data that is being vectorized, if you are able to understand if you are able to understand the data well, you can be able to get more information out of the large language model that is going to be processing that data. If the data is not vectorized well and there are lots of noises in the data, you will get your answers all right, but it will not be as accurate if it is refined. And there's what the exhaustive KNN, that is K nearest neighbor. So this is built into a schema and it's useful to create baselines. So let's give an example. You have a dense multi-tenant app. So an app that uses different multi-tenants and different ways to ask questions. So that is where you can use the K nearest neighbor. So the ANN is faster and gets you the result that you need. But if you are building maybe an agent or an app that requires you using a more robust and high filter scenario, that is where you use the exhaustive KNN. All right. So we have the rich vector search capability. So these are things that we are going to be seeing when we are doing the demo and how we are able to vectorize the data semantically. So we'll touch on it when we are doing the demo. So as I said, there are different ways. We are dealing with unstructured data here. So we can have sound, we can have video, we can have documents, we can have graphs. Everything can be indexed into a vector database, and that information can be retrieved. And you can also, there's an example here about multimodal embeddings too. So imagine you want to not just embed just document corpus, but you want to add audio, images, and videos to it. You can also do that, and everything will be retrieved when we are using Azure AI Search. So there are different ways to perform this RAG. So there's RAG fusion, there's re-ranking. There are different ways to apply this RAG system, but they all follow the same basis. Get your data, retrieve it, and you can be able to talk to that data. All right. So this is what I was talking about: keyword search and vectorized search. Keyword search, you are using keywords. If the keywords are not found in the data corpus you are looking, you are not going to find it. You need to find the exact keywords in that data. But Azure AI Search combines the two. That is keyword search and vector results. So you can see an example here. Keyword search is scuba diving in Bahamas. By the vector results, you have what? Water skiing and seashells. So you can clearly see that even though they are not the same, but they have something that is similar to each other, and that is something that has to do with water, that's scuba diving and also water skiing. All right. So let's look let's look at the demo on how all this work in Azure AI Foundry. So Azure AI Foundry is was known as Azure OpenAI Studio, and now it has been changed up Azure AI Foundry. And with Azure AI Foundry, you can connect to everything that you want to do with AI. So you can connect to different large language models, not one specifically built by Microsoft. You can connect to different vector engines and vector databases. You can also connect your data to it. So we are going to see how we are going to build a rack system, and we are going to do it without using any code. It is going to be done using Azure AI Search. All we need is our data, and that the chunking and everything is going to be done by Azure AI Search. So let's move on. Let's look at how that is done.
So Benjamin is going to show a demo on how you can build an intelligent RAG system that will understand your own documents. So if you go home and you have your own document, you want to chat with your document, you can easily do that. Let's log into Azure. I'll give you my account. So just quickly show them how you build it.
Okay, that's fine.
You don't know what password.
I can log in. I have a subscription.
We have some existing workloads, so in case the time is not enough, then we do it from fresh. If you have a subscription.
Yeah. Can you do that?
Very, very simple.
I was going to use Excel numbers like that already have. No, already.
Let me share this screen.
Yeah. Let me do. Let's stop the duplication, right?
Yeah.
Let's stop the duplication.
Okay.
Do we all know what Azure is? How many of us know what Azure is? Okay. So Azure has a service called AI Search. That's what we are doing. You know, we went through a lot of technicalities, but it makes it easier, right? So all the skill sets and stuff we was talking about, you see how you can easily do it. In about, let's say 10 minutes, you can have an intelligent solution built out, right? And you can easily query it and chat it. And when you was talking about the large language models, you have quite a number of them, but you know the very popular one is what? GPT. So we'll be using GPT model. Azure AI Studio gives you access to all these models. All of the models are there, LLama and all those models, LangChain. So you choose the one that suits your solution, right? So we are going to pick a document and we are going to look at how we can build a RAG system that will allow us to just chat with the document and get information from it. And because it's natural language, it's not going to give you it might not give you the exact text back, but it's going to depend on how the query was sent or depend on how the user posed the question, it's going to respond that way. So that's where the artificial intelligence comes in. And you can all do it after this demo. It's very easy to do, and Azure AI gives you all the tools to do that. Can we start? I don't know. So if you want to get, do you have subscription to Azure? Azure, when you subscribe, you get $200 free in the beginning. So when you go home, you can go to Azure, subscribe, you get access to it, and you can play with that $200 and learn how to do this. So the first thing you need is your documents. What document do you want to use? It can take PDF, Word documents, Excel files.
There's personal intelligence logging. Will be different.
It might be your personal file. When you upload, is it made available to other people or
You see,
to be
the
made
accounts of
available?
people tier.
No, it's just you. So the document will be uploaded in your account. So you have access to the document first of all. Then you see, so what happens is that when you upload the document, computers work with numbers better. So
So whilst we we wait for uh whilst we wait for all right. So whilst we wait for them to figure out what's happening back there. We want to, give a big shout out to our sponsors once again to Jackson Institute of Technology and NIT, to Microsoft, to the .NET Foundation, Meetup, Sessionize, Exceed, and Afrologic Solution. They're making this possible. Our physical venue was probably sponsored by the Jackson Institute of Technology and NIT. They were glorious enough to give us their space to use for this session. Okay, it looks like they're ready. We're going to go switch back to the Accra Event Center and to take it back from there.
First known as the Azure OpenAI Studio. So here you can see the model catalogs. So you can choose the model that you want to use in deploying your system from here. So we have the O3 Mini GPT, DAL-E. So there are different models, and not just OpenAI models. There are also models from Llama Index that you can also use here. So you can clearly see and this model text embedding. So text embedding models are what we use to vectorize data. So when creating a RAG system, you need two models: the text embedder and also the generator, text generator. So let's start. Before we start, we need to get our data. That's the first thing we need. So we are going to be taking our data. We are going to take a PDF data, which is Ghana Constitution. We are going to download that.
or if you have any other ideas,
Do you guys have any other ideas
I
that
just
you want
looking
to?
for any documents over the internet, then build a solution.
Yes. Yeah, downloads. All right. All right, let's get back to Azure ASF. Now we have our document downloaded. Now let's go to Playground. All right. So this is Azure Assistant Playground. So in Azure Assistant Playground, you can test the model and the document that you are going to pass through it right here to see whether you be getting the exact answers that you need. All right, so right now what we have here is just a normal large language model which you can ask any question that you need and to be able to give you the answer to it. All right, so we need to add a vector store. So you can clearly see in the vector store, you have things that are supported. We have docs, Java, JSON, PDF, TXT, CSS. Everything in here can be vectorized in the store. So let's create a new vector store. Select the core file.
It's here.
Okay, seen it. All right, so we select our data. You can use any data that you want to still work. So we have to wait for the data to be uploaded. And then we save it. All right. So all right. So now that we add our data, we need to wait for the data to be indexed and vectorized. There's no way. I'm trying to do something, but it's not working. It does not have all those functions here for some reason. Yeah, maybe that's one. I'm creating a new project to see if I will be able to find it. Right here. The things are changed.
What kind of keyboard configuration is this? What is that? Where's your pound 3? Your at is this, right? And your pound is this.
Yes.
Why don't you go to the process of an already existing so that we don't take too much time?
This one did not have an already existing. So if we are connected to AI Studio with yours, I'm sure we'll have the same. And we need to open Azure AI Studio.
Let's use.
Just open the habits of the CSV.
Where is it?
CSV.
Let me share the screen.
This is the one.
Yes. All right. So we are back to creating our rack system, and we first need our database. So we go to our project, and we see playground. So in playground, they have you can play with some of the things that are already being created, agents that are already being created that you can play with, and you can create your own. You can also try your own chats playground, and not just use ChatGPT. You can play with your own documents in here. when it has been embedded. All right. So these are the prompts that I'm talking about. So in order to be able to get more from your data, you can change this prompt. So here, this is a simple prompt. You're an AI assistant that helps people to find information. So with this prompt, any data I put in there, because GPT now has this prompt that you are an AI assistant that helps people to find information. Anything that I ask for, it is going to look into that data and look for an information for me, because that is what it has been designed to do. You want it to generate questions, you can change this to an AI assistant or a math tutor that generates questions, and to be able to and to be able to do that for you with that idea in mind. All right, so we have this. Now we add our data. Let's see if we have previously existing data here that we can play with. All right, so there's none, so we'll just add a new one, or we'll go to, let's go to upload files. File, we go to, this is the document that we are using. We upload that. You know, data store blob store, because it's not configured to your restricted IPs. It's the IP problem. It's, I cannot find it. I cannot find it here. Let me go to yeah, but it's not finding it inside data. It's not finding it here. If I go here, it says no project index. So I can just go to, unless I
Create an index, upload a file, then deploy to
but an index is already created for projects missing, but it's not finding it here.
It's your resource, maybe not this one. Use the resource I have access to.
Interesting.
Let's just work it.
Okay.
Step by step by step. If any means you are not getting access, just work.
All right. So once I do that, I want to go to Azure so I can show them the search itself where the document has been indexed.
I'm sure I want to take over. Okay, so in building a rack system, what you need first is your data, right? We said we're going to use a service called Azure AI Search. Basically, what the Azure AI Foundry is a studio that brings together all the Azure services, right? So let's go to, let me get this thing. No, I want to leave to Azure, to the Azure desktop. Where we're going from. Okay. So let me just walk you through some of the services. When you come to Azure, right, you look for, this is Azure AI Search. Azure AI Search acts as a vector store as well, right? You can create what we call index. Okay, so when you come to AI Search, you create a new Azure AI Search service. Okay, so as you can see, I have an existing, okay. You create an Azure AI Search service. Now the search service is what does everything for you. So it's So this is the Azure AI search service. Okay. So this is the search engine that you can create that allows you to pull in your documents, vectorize, embed it, and at the end of the day, you can connect this to an LLM. The Azure AI Foundry. So there are two. The AI Foundry basically is a studio. Okay, it makes you get access to everything, but I think I want to start from the bare bones so that you understand the presentation. So when you create an AI search, right, you can give it your own name. So this is an example of an existing Azure AI search. Now, if you open this, and you see this add index. Okay, add index is where you can actually, go in and add data that you have. It could be data coming from a database, coming from a storage service, uh, or what was it called? Coming from a knowledge base. Okay, so once you come here, you can create an index, but I want to show you an already existing index and how it looks like, just to save some time so that we don't. Okay, we've been asked to go for a break, so let me just quickly show you the index. So when you come to add index, this is where you can, add your data. You can import data from your database. You can import data from your blob storage or any document that you have. So once you do that, you can also do what we call mapping, right? If you want to do semantic search and all that, it allows you to do that. So let's look at Azure Storage. If you want to upload files onto Azure, you use a service called Azure Storage Account. So you create an Azure Storage account. This is an example of it. And once you create an Azure Storage account, you can come and upload your document into what we call a blob store. So if you look over here, we have what we call containers. And inside your container, this is where you can upload your files. Okay, so these are files, right? You can upload all your files over here. So you upload your files into the blob container, then you create an Azure AI search, then you connect your AI search to your storage container so that you can pick your files. As soon as you are done with that, you can deploy your solution as into the Azure AI Foundry, and you can test it with a bot. Okay, we've been asked to go for a break because it looks like our drinks are getting warm. So let's just pause, organizer. Let's go for break. I'll stay with Benjamin just to quickly put things together. By the time we come back, then we just wrap up with the presentation. So please, let's go for break.
So it looks like people have gone for break back in the Accra venue. As you can see, I'm rocking my .NET cap. We're here in the studio. I want to use this opportunity to give a shout out to event sponsors. Trying to pull them up here so that we can give them some shout outs. Thank you to our event sponsors, to Jackson Institute of Technology, NIIT, to Microsoft, to Axie, to AfriLogic, to Stationeye. So whilst they are at break, I want to draw attention to the fact that we're going to have Kahoot. So you have to be paying particular attention to everything they're talking about um, in the sessions, because that's where we're going to be picking the questions for that. Whilst they're at break, let's see if we can let's see if we can we can bring some activity from Accra in, so we can see what's going on. See that? Okay, so they are dispersing for break. We're going to grab some bite. Yeah. So on the topic of sessions that are coming, I want to use the opportunity again to inform you the site that Seasons of AI Season 4 is going to be. I'm going to be taking you through building agents with Azure AI Foundry on the 17th of May. Let's see. On the 17th of May. So you want to, make a date with me. So we talk about that. In the meantime, as well, if you haven't joined the WhatsApp group for the Accra.net user group, I'm putting the QR code over there. Just no, here, here. Yeah, this is over there, way up there. You can see the QR code there. Scan it, join the WhatsApp group, and then you can continue to learn a lot of stuff from us. Um, Again, so if you want to take part in my session on building agents with Azure AI Foundry, we'll talk about MCPs, agent to agent, all the cool stuff. Scan the QR code in the flyer to register to join the event. There's a QR code at the top over there, which actually allows you to join the WhatsApp group for it. So today we've seen three sessions on Azure using .NET Aspire, using Apache Spark and Azure AI Search. And now we're doing something on it, building RAG, building your RAG modules. Um, the team back on the ground is going for a few recess. Let's see if so, I don't know if you guys can still hear me on the stream. Let's be sure that we're getting the audio to all of you. I'm just trying to be sure we're getting. Okay, so it looks like we have It looks like we have Let's know if you can. It doesn't seem like we are getting a feed out there, but if you are on any of the social feeds, please prompt us. Let's know if you can actually see us. So like I said, on the 17th, we are going to do building agents using Azure AI Foundry. Whilst at it, let's give another shout out to our sponsors. Jackson Institute of Technology, NIT, Microsoft, Meetup, .NET Foundation, Sessionize, Accede, and Archaeologic Solutions. They have made this, possible for all of us. And yeah, kindly drop all your questions. We'll try as much as possible to, to answer them. We will try as much as possible to answer them. All right. Whilst I did, still to come, let's actually look at still to come. We're going to have a session by Dr. Yakubu on building smart applications leveraging Azure AI services. We still have another session from Deborah, who's also going to show us stuff on big data. We're well represented, managing, ensuring that our ladies are also part of the game. So another one, Dorcas is going to give us something on building smart applications leveraging Azure AI service. And then Yakubu is going to also give us something on big data. As they've been talking about here, one thing to realize is that everything that is being talked about is reliant on data, right? On data, on data, on data. And that means that we need to understand where the data is coming from. We need to also know that we need to provide clean data, right? Non-biased data. We need to be mindful of responsible AI, and that means that non-biased, clean, and safe data is what we use to train and build these modules. So yeah, whilst they are still there, let's let's just put our sponsors up and let's enjoy a few minutes, and yeah, we will be back on a short break, right? We'll be back. Stick and stay, don't go anywhere. Um, Once the team is ready down in Accra, we will switch and go back to that view and be grateful to our again. Thank you so much, Wise, for your session on digitizing church criminals using Apache Spark. That was insightful. We still to come, like I mentioned, still to come is Dr. Jakubu's building smart applications, and then we also have Deborah on the topic of big data. So let's and the last part of it, hey, don't forget, if you've not registered, go register, right? Go register for this event. Um, Building agent with Azure AI Foundry, which is Seasons of AI Season 4, which I am hosting yours truly. If you have any questions, kindly drop them in the chat so that we would try to answer them. Um, I don't know if we can cross over to Accra yet. Um, I don't know. I'm trying to see if we can engage with the people going on break just to understand the feeling, and how they are appreciating or enjoying the session. Uh, okay. Let's see. Uh, okay. If you're on the call, it will be interesting to know where you're coming from. If you can share with us where you are joining us from. Uh, we'd like to know where you're joining from, and if how you're seeing it. Any questions for not just me, but the entire team and the speakers who are still in Accra. Yeah. So we'll see if we can get some. We'll see if we can get the people to just have some conversation. I'm trying to get the team down there to give us to see if we can get some quick interviews with the participants down there. Okay. Okay. So yeah, I'm trying. Okay, so I think we have something going to break. Okay, audience, yes. I'm trying to get some of them to just say hi. Let's see if we can bring um okay, hold on. Let's go to let me go to the panel and see if I can bring Okay, so you're live on our live stream. If you want to share your name and how you're seeing the event so far, what you're learning, yeah, just a quick one. Um, yeah.
All right, thank you. I think that's been a wonderful session. We've enjoyed the program here in Accra. My name is Emilia Alvin.
If you can share with us where you're coming from, like maybe your workplace, your school, your institution, and how maybe you guys are planning to use AI or some of the things you're learning, back at work.
Oh, okay. So I work with Scout Tribe Technology in Accra here, doing my NSS with them. So this is my first time actually of hearing this program. So I'm actually learning, and henceforth I'll be in touch with the team.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you very much. And enjoy the rest of your session. And yeah, we'll catch another person. Have fun. So let's move on to the next person. Okay, who do we have here?
I'm Yakub Mohammed Kamali.
Okay, can you share with us where you're coming from, maybe what you do, and how is the session so far for you?
I'm I currently finished university and I'm doing my national service at CSR Food Research Institute. I'm in the IT department. I did IT.
All right, and how is the session going so far?
Oh, the event has been a wonderful event. This is my first time here and I'm enjoying the program.
Awesome. Thank you very much. There's two more sessions to go. Stay and make sure that you just give us some vibes and then hopefully you get to use some of the things you've learned at work. So enjoy your session. We can move to the next person.
I'm coming.
And who do we have here? If you can just tell us your name, where you're coming from, and just give us what you think of today's event, and yeah.
So Emmanuel, Emmanuel Nati, you can call me TK. And I'm from Accra. So today's event has been, let me say, great. This is my first time, so
Awesome.
it's good.
All right. Hopefully, there are two more sessions, and hopefully, you join us again, for upcoming sessions. And we're happy that you're enjoying the session. Thank you very much for being there. Hello, sir. If you can just tell us your name, where you're coming from, and how the session is treating, like how you find the session so far. If you can share that with us. Your name, where you're coming from, and how you're seeing the session today.
Okay, I'm Shadrach. Came from Medina, and then I think I saw it as an add-on Twitter X, and then I registered. Yeah.
All right. So far, how do you see the event? Is it being useful? Is it, what can you tell us about the event so far?
I was kind of expecting to learn more about cloud and, well, since it's an Azure program, but then learning about RAG, I think it's cool enough. It's okay. Learn about vectorizations and how they work, basically.
All right. Yeah, and it's the whole user group, talks and do stuff on Azure. As you can see, they're using services that are based on Azure. But make sure you join the user group where we talk and do a lot more stuff on Azure from beginner to expert level. So yeah, but I can tell you that you are in safe hands. So thank you very much for your time and enjoy the rest of the session. Hello, who do we have the pleasure of meeting? If you can tell us your name, where you're coming from, and how you're finding the event today.
Okay, Amati is my name, and I'm coming from the Eastern region. So I found the program, someone forwarded it to a group, and I really enjoy AI and coding, so I decided to register for it, and here I am. And so far, so good. I'm enjoying what
Excellent, excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This is just the beginning. I hope you also find time to join the WhatsApp group where we talk and teach a lot more there as well. So I'm happy you're having fun. Mingle, network, ask a lot of questions, and yeah, enjoy the session today. Thank you very much. Hello, and who do we have here? If you can just tell us your name, where you're coming from, and how you're seeing the event so far.
So I'm Aisha. I'm from Dodowa. And the program has been insightful so far. I'm clueless on a lot of things, but I'm learning stuff here.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you so much. Hopefully you get to learn more, connect to more people, and then you can, enjoy them and build and develop new things. All right. Enjoy the session.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, and who do I have the pleasure of talking to?
Hi.
Hello.
Hi,
Okay. If you can, give us your name and where you're coming from and how you're seeing the session today.
Hello, I'm Caleb. I'm speaking from Accra. The session it's very educated. I'm seeing Asia begin to understand the AI foundry from like places or things I haven't seen before or looked at. It's quite interesting.
Excellent. All right, enjoy the rest of the session. There's more to come. All right. Hello, sir. Who do we have the pleasure of talking to? If you can tell us your name, where you're coming from, and your take on the session so far.
Okay, so my name is Yusuf, and I'm someone who works in IT support in one of the corporate firms. And for someone who's using Azure not too long ago, I prioritize this meetup to come and enlighten myself anyway. And it's something I'm loving since the beginning. I'm getting new concepts and I'm jotting it down. And hopefully next week is something I'm going to implement at my workplace. So this is a place that I'm coming to enhance my skill sets as it perfectly aligns with my job role. So I'm having a quality time here.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you very much for coming. Yeah. How many minutes are we doing till we reconvene again? Okay, let's take the last person and then we can go back to hello, boss. Good afternoon or good morning. Your name and where you're coming from and how you're seeing the session so far.
So my name is Samuel Abu, and I'm from Accra. Yeah, and the session is going well so far. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, so that will be the last person we talk to. Let's go and give some credit to our sponsors. And whilst we wait for them to reconvene, we will be right back. We're going on a short break. So don't go anywhere, stick and stay. We'll be right back on a few commercial break. The stream will resume in a few minutes.
Our number one priority as the NBA's stats team is to engage our fans. We are trying to engage them with exciting stats that tell a story about the game and help fans identify why this player is great or why their favorite team is succeeding. The biggest concern for us as this player tracking data came online was the sheer amount of data. And how do we take that giant pile of data that's really, really exciting, but turn it into an insight that teaches the fan about the game or helps the coach make a better decision or help the front office with their day-to-day workflow?
We're looking at live 3D tracking data for all players. So 60 times a second, we get 29 data points on every player on the court. The biggest impact of Azure on the NBA is the ability to process this new data source. We would not be able to do it without the use of dozens and dozens of high-performance computing Azure machines.
I'm excited for Azure AI Infrastructure's ability to help us deploy more sophisticated machine learning models that really allow us to search the data more efficiently and effectively, and ultimately bring some of that search capability to our fans.
Using the new 3D data, the game takes on so much more color. If we're running metrics in real time, coaches can make adjustments in real time on the fly. Just that kind of immediate feedback is super useful for players.
We're early on in the game. As we continue to evolve and do more with the data, it's a great peace of mind to know that Azure will be able to scale with us and will be able to support all of our workflows going forward.
Okay, so um, yeah, having an IP address issue. Okay, so I think we're ready to go back to Accra for the continuation. Let's see if we can bring them in. Um, so should I? Okay, 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 okay. So yeah, I'm told they're gonna send a recording of that particular session because they have to make way for the next person to come and present. So they're going to record that session and share. So let's see. Who do we have here? Let's see. Let's see. I think I want to use panel. And let's see if I can bring someone in. Okay. Okay. So let's see what's next out there for them. So we can get them on. Um, I'm just trying to get some more, you know, AI stories for you to share. I think there's one interesting one that I want to share. I, I believe that's from Coca-Cola. So let me share. Oh, okay. Um, okay, it looks like we would have to go back to the studio. Because it looks like we have just a sec. I believe we have Dorcas Yakubu coming to give us building smart application leveraging AI services. So let's go back to and yeah.
All right, thank you very much. I'm the person of Yakubu Amadokas, a STEM and robotics instructor and an IT student at the University of Ghana. So today I'm going to be talking about building smarter applications, leveraging Azure AI services. Azure, sorry. Okay, so we are going to be looking at the introduction to Azure core capabilities of Azure AI, the tools and services, benefits of using the Azure AI, real world use cases, and how to get started. Okay, so let's get started. So Azure AI is Microsoft's platform that provides developers and businesses with tools and services to build applications that can see, hear, speak, understand, and make decisions. So, like using the Chat GPT, you input your question. It's able to see whatever you've input there. It's able to understand and give you back a feedback. Okay, so that's what it's about. So, key points, it simplifies the development of intelligent apps by offering pre-built AI models and cloud-based models or tools. Okay, so we are going to look at some core capabilities of Azure AI. So first of all, we are going to look at the vision. So it recognizes people, objects and environments and images. So sometimes when you are logging into the site, you are being asked to bring your face, like take pictures of your face to authenticate. Yes, and it's able to recognize whether you are a robot or a human being. So those are some of the aspects of the vision. Now, secondly, we are looking at the speech aspect. So it converts speech to text and text to speech and understands spoken languages. Okay, so I'm continuing with the speech. So it converts speech to text and text to speech and then understands spoken language. So when you import a text, it's able to convert it to a speech, and the same way when you import a speech, it's able to convert it to a text. And then you are able to translate languages as well. Now we are looking at language. You analyze and generates natural language for chatbots and documents. Decision making. It makes prediction using real-time data with machine learning models. So when you import a file, when you input a file, it's able to make decisions for you. It's able to give you some decisions that when you go through and then you make some amendments, you realize that it's being simplified, but then at the end of the day, it's helping you in decision making. Now, lastly, we have the search and knowledge. We use AI to pull relevant data from web or private sources. There is a use case example, a retail app that understands a spoken customer question and shows matching products. So if a customer logs into an app and or a website trying to get um, a product, it's able to help the customer understand and then get a matching products with regards to what the customer wants to get. So we are going to look at the tools and services in Azure AI. So Microsoft tools that power Azure AI. We have the Azure Cognitive Services, the vision, speech, language, and decision APIs. And then we have the Azure Machine Learning for training and deploying machine learning models. We have the Azure Bot Services to build intelligent virtual assistants and chatbots. So sometimes you log into the site, maybe you go to, let's say, um, there are platforms where you want to buy something, and then there are chatbots there that help you, AI services that help you. Maybe you want to ask questions with regards to a particular service. The AI interacts with you and gets to understand what you want and gives you a feedback. So it works 24/7. We have the Azure OpenAI service, which integrates large language models like ChatGPT into your apps. We have the translator service, which instantly translates over 100 languages. Now to the benefits of using Azure AI. It is cost efficient. So let me break the definitions down better for you to get the understanding. Yeah. Okay, so when we say cost efficiency, it reduces manual labor and repetitive tasks. So Azure AI helps reduce cost by doing tasks automatically that would otherwise require employees. So for example, an AI chatbot can answer customer service, like customers 24/7, instead of hiring many people to be doing that. Maybe you're done, someone has gotten up, wants to know about something. I don't think there will be a human being there at that time of the night. So the AI chatbot helps the customer. Secondly, we have the speed. So we say that it automates decision and responses in real time. So it works much faster than humans, whether it is analyzing data, answering questions, or sorting documents. AI can do it in seconds. Now we have accessibility. It is accessible to all. It is easy to use and not for only experts. So novices and beginners can also use the AI too. Yeah, we have scalability, suitable for both small businesses and large enterprises. So whether you're a small shop or a big company, Azure AI goes with your needs. You can start small and add more as your business grows. Example is a healthcare provider which uses Azure AI to assist doctors in diagnosing illness faster and recommending the possible or the best medications to help the patient. So these are real world cases. We have the customer support, the use of the virtual assistant answering questions 24/7. We have the healthcare for analyzing medical records and assist in diagnosis. We have education, which is student translating and generating learning content. We have the e-commerce, we have the personalized product recommendations. We have governmental service, which is an AI-powered document analysis and citizen service. So um, so government offices use AI to quickly go through forms and documents or to help citizens find information online without longer waits. You don't have to wait longer or you don't have to go to their offices for certain information that you can quickly find online. So to get started with Azure AI, you visit Microsoft Azure's website, which I have the short link there, and then you sign up for a free trial or use a free trial. You explore Azure Cognitive Services and try sample apps. You learn through Microsoft Learn, YouTube, or tutorials, and you join the Azure community for support and tips. Sorry. So in summary, Azure AI is designed to be user-friendly, empowering both tech experts and novices to build transformative intelligence applications. Thank you. So I'm going to take questions if you have one. Okay.
First of all, can you share your slides with us?
Okay, sure. Okay, please, is there anything else? Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for your session. Let's see if we have any questions.
There's a question. Thank you for that. Because I want to find out what the difference between the Azure AI and other AIs as intelligence AIs.
Okay, so it makes work simple as the other what's the name? What did you say? The person who just presented before I came in. So it's not like the others that when you input an information, it has to give you a whole world thing, but then it gives you a straightforward answer to what you are looking for. Please, are you okay with that?
So how do you also integrate the Azure AI into a third-party application you are developing? So something like a Flutter application.
Okay. So I think that would take a whole lot. It's similar to what they were doing, but then they said they were going to share their demo, so we get to see how to go about it. Okay. Please, is that all? Okay.
Okay, share it there, Hannah's places. Okay, someone.
Yeah, so that was an interesting session from Yakubu Dokas on building intelligent applications with AI. I believe we have the last session that is going to be from, I believe, Deborah, correct? Our last session for the day. Um, just as housekeeping, as like I mentioned before we continue to the next pressing, let's give some thanks to our sponsors, um, Jackson Institute of Technology and IT, to Microsoft, to .NET Foundation, to Meetup, to Sessionize, Acteed, and Afrologic Solutions for making this happen. Um, just so you are aware, like I mentioned, we would also be having um, we will be having Kahoot. So that means that all the things that have been, I think they've been talking about, um, we're putting some Kahoot, we'll test a few things out, and we'll take it from there. So, Clifford and the team, we're waiting for our last presenter, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think if we are ready, she's.
Yes, we are ready. Those of us online are ready for her. So if you can take the floor and
Let's
yeah.
welcome Deborah.
All right.
Hi, everyone. Nice to meet you all. I was expecting to meet a lot of ladies here, but they disappointed once again. But we'll take it like that, Sha. All right, so I'm Adeolu Deborah Bulwatife. I'm Nigerian. Yes, okay. So, all right, don't worry, speak after, not now. Okay, so this topic is dear to my heart because I really love data. Anything data is my thing. Yeah. Okay, so when I was hearing large data sets, Azure AI, and other amazing tools we can use to handle large data sets, I was very happy. Okay, so let's. Initially, I just plan to summarize everything they've said because we've mentioned a lot of data. It's just that we need to learn how to use them, bring out insightful, um, insightful things out of them. Yes. Okay. So let me summarize quickly. I won't waste anybody's time. All right. So my main agenda for this presentation is you should um, understand cloud integration when it comes to data. Also, some AI practical applications have already been mentioned. Okay, so let's skip some. All right. You all know what big data is, or should I explain? Okay, so large data sets from diverse sources, like many sources, general sources, from your phones, your searches in particular. I think that's one thing I would like to make a very good example of. So fascinating. Let's say fascinating. Okay. It's fascinating to know that should I say per second we make like 99,000 searches on Google. So you can just imagine how large data is. So I will be expecting that some of us will be emerging data analyst, data science, data engineer by the time we close this presentation. Okay. Okay. All right. So as I said earlier, big data is very fascinating, okay, because when it comes to the volume, when it comes to, okay, so let me break down the volume or the five V's of big data. Okay, so when it comes to volume, it's the amount of data that's been generated, all right, and when it comes to velocity, it's the process or the speed at which what data is being okay. It's just the processing of data, the speed at which data is being processed. Okay, varieties. We have structure. Sometimes you can search on ChatGPT. Sometimes your prompts are not structured, but it gives you something, right? That's how fascinating data is. Some of them too, it's good and bad, but it still gives you what you want. Some of them too is way structured and it also gives you what you require. Okay, so we have veracity. So what's the quality of your data? Okay, and also the value. So is that data an actionable insight? Is it an insight that a business can implement? Okay, so yeah, so quick. All right, so big data, why it matters, very important. Customer experience, for me, that's what it means to me. Big data matters because of customer experience. Once I have your data, I'm good to make like meaningful insights out of it. Yeah. All right, so cloud as a catalyst. Okay, so I think yesterday I was going through data lake, Azure data lake storage. Yes, and it was quite fascinating because um well, let me say I had not really gone through, but like my research like taught me that okay, it's something that I can use while handling like large data sets. Okay, although we can use like various cloud storages that have been mentioned, but with me, I think I'm still getting to know what data Azure data lake storage is all about. All right. Okay, so it's scalable storage, so real-time analytics, just like we were illustrating, the AI model, the playground, the AI playground, and all that. Okay. All right. So harnessing AI. I mean, we can't do without AI. Big data. I mean, AI is made up of a lot of data. Was built on data. Okay. So AI was leveraged on data through training, enhancing customers' experience. When it's a CX, customer experience, based on predictions. Okay, we have predictive analytics, prescriptive analytics. We have a lot more analytics, so we can go into that later, not today. Okay, and also for automation, all right, to make better decisions in real time. Okay, so real world cases where we have, I mean, big data from healthcare, retail, finance, smart cities as well. Okay, so some challenges. I think one challenge that I face when it comes to big data is when I have to comply with particular regulation. You get data and there are some rules and regulations that you cannot follow because what you expect or your own personal results is different from what they are even telling you. You're supposed to comply to one rule and regulation like that, but you are doing your own thing. Yeah, so I think that's something that I fall prey to, but I'm getting better. Okay, so when it comes to the quality of the data you get, yes, we most of us, the data analysts, we have to clean, we have to transform, we have to extract. All right, that is something that's really like stresses us a lot. All right, so well, another thing is we need more data analysts, data engineers. We shouldn't be scared. Data is fun. I mean, when you are using it, it's really fun. So I mean, today even made it look like I'm now starting the whole journey again. Yeah, I'm really going to implement a lot of Microsoft Azure tools. Yes, from today actually. Yes, I promise. I hope you all promise to use Microsoft Azure tools from today. Yeah, okay. All right, so a future of big data. I'm sure some of us know that, but I think I have to recall it again to our ears. Okay, so well, should I burst your bubbles? Okay, let me say something. I think there's something I saw and I wrote it down somewhere. Well, I think it's in the slide. Just to burst your bubbles, saying when it comes to big data, or should I say, there's a report that has been said that in the next 5 years, or should I say in the last? Okay, so let me just go deep into this. So from 200 for okay $220 billion in 2023 to $401 billion. Did I say dollar? Okay, dollars by 2028. that would be like the market size of what big data is in the next like five 5 years. Yeah. So I mean, it's right now you might not see the word, but in some time to come, you know that it's the market size is very big. Yeah. So you can look more on statistical. That's like my main source when it comes to data reports and all that. Okay. Okay. So I mean, I think that's all, unless you want me to focus on the future of big data. But let me quickly say it. So, the future of big data is big. Yeah, let me say it like that. So we need to upskill our workforces. We have to focus more on ethical AI. We have to also focus more on data democratization. That is, we have to expand on the tools we use, just like ones we've learned today. And also, we need to also advance on the traditional ways of processing data. I mean, we've figured out Microsoft Azure today, so I think we will leave some local data processing tools and change to Microsoft Azure. Thank you very, very much. Please, any questions for me?
Question.
Okay.
I saw one of the challenges of big data is about data privacy.
Okay.
Relating to compliance from paper. So can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Okay, so do you want me to break down the regulations or you want me to break down why it's a challenge? Which one? Okay. So a simple example, all right. Anytime I'm asked about data privacy, I normally say that we log into websites, we log into um, softwares, we create accounts, and we are told that do we accept regulations or do we decline or do we accept? In fact, cookies are like one thing that I would say that okay should be highlighted first because with cookies you have like everything. Lately you log in, you have your name, you have your location, you have everything. But when it comes to the data privacy aspect, I think that's where they have like a lot of documentations you have to read through. Some of them you might not agree, but because you are in a hurry, because you want to get it done quickly, yeah, you don't read. Do you get? So I think that's something that I can say. Thank you very much. All right. So does anybody have any question for me, or I can run away?
So,
Okay.
she mentioned data cleaning was like one of the most stressful aspects of work with data.
Yeah.
What does it do? And what are some of the issues?
Okay, with data cleaning, well, it's that you can use Python, you can go with Excel for beginners, for novice, you can go with Excel. I actually advise you go with Excel because when you build on all that calculation, mostly the calculations is where the problem is. When I take students, mostly that's where the problem is. When you're supposed to sum up a whole column or a whole cell, that's where the problem is. But it makes it simple when you know how to like do it well. When you start using Python, you don't think it's a problem again. All right, so you can use Excel, you can use Python, you can use Tableau. Okay, no, Tableau is actually for visualization. Yeah, so I think Python and Excel, that's what I use. So I think that is it. Unless you have another question.
Those are the tools. Like, what does it entail? Like, what are you doing?
Okay, what does it, you want me to like take a sheet and
What's like data cleaning about?
oh, okay. I think it's transforming data, right? Is that not what it's about? Or is there more to it? I think you're transforming the data, that is it. Yeah, that's okay. Segmenting too, you can also say that. Yeah, so I think that's what's about transforming data to suit what you want. Okay, so I think that is it. Yeah. Unless you want to talk to me after, I could I could illustrate and give you a recording or something. Yeah. All right. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, someone you can take over.
Okay, so thank you so much for that session. I believe all too soon we're coming close to the end of today's event. I would like to say a big thank you to our sponsors and
Unless the YouTube one. Yeah.
a big thank you to our sponsors and also the team back in Ghana putting this together. It is always a pleasure and interest to see people come together to share knowledge, to learn. I can see and tell that the interest is there, and I just want to use this opportunity to do another call to action. That people, if you're interested in learning more about AI and all that, catch me on the 17th, which is of May this month. I'll be talking about building agents with Azure AI Foundry. And then catch me again at Microsoft Build. I'll be in the expert session for Microsoft AI Copilot Studio AI Foundry. I'll be in the expert booth. I'll try to go live and answer some questions as well. So catch me there. If you can. It's from the 19th to the 23rd of May at Seattle, the Microsoft Build event. I'll be in the expert session for Copilot Studio and Azure AI Foundry. So bring all your AI questions at Microsoft Build there, and I'll try to answer them. But again, you can join me on the 17th if you're not registered. Scan the QR code, sign up, join me on the 17th. Let's build some stuff and learn about Microsoft AI Foundry. We'll break it down. Now, let me go here and bring people from the room, and actually let's get ready for Kahoot. So if you guys can hear me from if you guys can hear me from Accra, we are getting ready for Kahoot. We are getting ready for Kahoot. Can you see my screen? If I can get some verbal. Please scan the QR code on your screen, either this one, the one up there, or go to kahoot.it and scan this, or you go to kahoot.it and put in that pin, and then we can start the Kahoot. Let's get going, people. If you can see me, if you can see the QR code, scan the QR code, join the Kahoot. Let's see the participants join and run. Okay, we see Kofi has joined. Okay. Please make sure you're using your name so that we can identify you when you win the item. Okay. I hope you guys can also hear the audio. Okay. And I'll be waiting for signal from the team. when they think we're ready to roll. Okay. Let me know if we're ready to go. 15. Do we still wait or are we ready to go? Are we ready to go? Are we ready to go? Okay, so are you ready to go? Okay, so I see 18 people going. Okay, 19 going. Okay, 20 going. Okay, so I'm gonna start the Kahoot. Let me get rid of this QR code and there we go. Globe. Oh, this is okay. Let's go. Let's go. 2, 3. Question 1. Which of the following best describes retrieval augmented? So, so a big congratulations to the top three, Top KFK, Odeneho, and Peku Ras. Organizers, please take their details and information as we're going to be giving them swag. At this point, I would want to also invite, is Frank still around? All right. Interesting. So, at this juncture, I would like to call on either Clifford or if Frank is there, um, if Frank is there, let's bring Frank on. Frank, if you are with us, or if Clifford is with us, maybe one of you should come over. Let's engage with our people before we call it a day. Just need one of you to come and help us give the vote of thanks to thank all of us who are being with us for the past 4 hours, right? We've been streaming live for 4 hours. You've been here with us for 4 hours. On behalf of the Accra.net user group, on behalf of the Global Azure Bootcamp team, and all the speakers, and all of you, would like to say a big thank you for um, joining us for today's session. We hope that has been very insightful. To all our sponsors, to JIT, NIT, Accede, .NET Foundation, Meetup, Sessionize, AfriLogic. We're grateful for all of the support that you put together, and for you, our members and people who made it today. We hope that you'll be, listening to us. And let me put the QR code up here to join our user group. The QR code is up there somewhere. Let me actually switch. Let me switch us. Yeah, so you scan that QR code, and it will take you to the WhatsApp group for the Accra.net user group. Vibe with us, put the questions there. And like I said from the keynote, AI is part of the fourth industrial revolution. AI is part of the future of work. That means that if you don't become AI native, you might be left behind. And therefore, it's very important that you acquaint yourself, you abreast yourself, and you get yourself prepared for the future of work, leveraging AI in all spheres of work. And from us, the Accra.net user group, the Accra Azure and AI.net user group, we say a big thank you, and be on the lookout for subsequent events that we're going to have. Like, I'm just going to share this again on the 17th of on the 17th of this month. I am hosting the season of AI, season 4, building agents with AI Foundry. Make a day to join us on that. But again, we're grateful to all the sponsors. We're grateful to our organizers, and grateful to the leads out there. Make sure that you join the conversation, the AI conversation. Don't fight AI, right? Rather, work with AI. Let AI be your co-pilot in being productive, being AI native, and then building the future of work. With that said, I'm going to sign off here for the live feed, and for all of you who join us online on Facebook, on YouTube, on X, on LinkedIn, and on Twitch. Well, thank you so much. We're grateful for your time. Some of you say you didn't understand a word of what's going on. Don't worry, reach out to me or reach out to any of the team members, and we'll spend our time to breaking down to the barest minimum. Um, so for me here, from the studio all the way here in the US, I'm going to sign out and thank you guys for joining. Let the merrymaking continue. Take pictures with a frame. Don't forget to hashtag it, ask the questions, make friends, connect, and we'll connect with you again on another episode. Hopefully, I'll be in person by that time. So then, stay safe. Enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you very much. We're signing out from the site.